Guys, listen up. As you get older, the best way to continue to look young, exuberant, and vibrant is to continue to take care of your skin. That's why I'm excited to have Teej Hanley as a sponsor of today's video. You heard me talk about them before, and you're going to continue to hear me talk about them because I believe in their products and the positive impact that they have on every man's life. Teej Hanley makes taking care of your skin so easy. They provide you with all the products you need and nothing that you don't. Every box comes with an instruction card that tells you when to use each product, how much to use, and in what order. Lapeef family, I must admit, skincare wasn't always something I always focused on, but since I started using this system, I've seen improvements in the way my skin looks and feels. And you don't have to take my word for it. They have over 5,000 five-star reviews on their website from satisfied customers from around the world. I recommend you start with the level 1 system, which comes with all the basics: a daily face wash, an exfoliating scrub, an AM moisturizer, and a PM moisturizer. In addition to amazing skin, members of Teej Hanley get tons of benefits, including at least 20% off retail price, the ability to customize your box, pause or cancel at any time, and free US shipping. And because Teej Hanley is sponsoring today's video, they're offering my viewers a great deal. Just click that first link in the description and you'll get 30% off your first box plus the free gift. Seriously, that's an amazing deal. Even though it's too early, as I often say, it's never too late. Click that link and get started today.
Yo, 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 what's going on, everybody? Good evening. Good evening. Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network, the best network on YouTube. You know, I don't usually do this night thing, but my days have been hectic. You understand? Kids going back to school. I live in like one of the fastest growing areas in Texas. So let me tell y'all the dilemma I'm currently having. School bus, like ASAP, people need to get their mind right and get back to work because they don't got nobody to drive these kids to school, man. The high schoolers on the way back from my daughter's cheer practice were just getting home a little less than an hour ago. 7:15. They were just dropping off the high schoolers. They don't have any bus drivers. High schoolers get out of school at like 4, something like that around here. 3:45, something like that. So that's crazy. That's wild. They are not they are understaffed. That's what I'll say. They are severely understaffed. So they don't even have the bus routes for the little kids. I'm standing in one hellacious line to drop my son off to pre-K every morning and another hellacious line to pick him up every afternoon. Like people don't have to work. It's crazy, man, but shout out to all my people that started school. We have kicked this year off. Texas, we have not kicked it off right. Well, I don't know if it's all of Texas, but Houston area, y'all bugging. You know what? Bring all the immigrants that want to drive these. Y'all, all the traditional Americans, all you English speaking Americans, act like you too good to drive a bus. Now nobody want to drive a damn bus now that Ebony K. Williams says she won't date no damn bus driver. I see what's going on now. So another thing to strike off the list that black men won't do because Ebony K. Williams say she won't date a bus driver. Now the school district don't have no damn bus drivers. So you know what? That's cool. I'm calling Jorge and them. Don't get mad. Don't get mad when Jorge and Josue out here making bread because y'all don't want to drive no damn bus. It's a bunch of retired people, veterans. Get your ass out that coffee shop and come drive this damn bus so my kids can get to school on time. This is crazy out here. Sugar Curl says, "Yep, back to school is crazy. My high schooler's bus never came one morning." I heard that happen too. To like middle school or something. Everybody in the section got stories. Everybody in the section got stories. But man, welcome. We don't usually do this in the nighttime, but damn, once all of this drama gets situated, because yeah, it's a lot of drama, man. So I'll be waiting in that line, and I got to come here and do some work, and I may not be able to get on with y'all at the time I'm looking forward to. But during the summer, I was doing, like a 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock timeline. I'm going all the way back to 12 noon. I'm going back to the lunch break because I got to pick my boy up around 3. I might be checking him into aftercare, but it's not necessary at this point. YMCA got one. I think they're going to his school to do one, but gotta let the craziness die down. Nobody picking up the phone. None of these programs picking up the phone. The school won't even pick up the phone. It is crazy out here. Back to school is no joke. For all my parents going through it, that have to weather the storm anyway. If you got to get to work and I work from home, so it's not even the worst for me. So I'm going to acknowledge that it's not even that bad for me, and I work from home because I work from home. So if you have to wait in that line and drive into the greater Houston area to go to work, my hat's off to you. And anybody all over the nation, international, if this is also your back to school time, if you're dealing with that craziness, then I salute you. Hats off to you, because this is not for the weak, man. Makes you want to smack somebody, man. For real, for real. All right, man. So, yep. Shout out to the sponsor, Tiege Hanley, 30% off along with a free gift. That is our sponsor for today's show. I mean, for every show. I'm looking at getting some new sponsors. I might even Now that I think about it, I got a lot of sponsorships myself as a shooter. I might as well go ahead and let y'all in on some of those secrets. So to all my people in the Dallas area, guess what? Guess what? I was out your way yesterday. I made a quick day trip to not Grapevine. I was in Grapevine, but I made a quick day trip to a range out in North Richland Hills. That's up in Fort Worth. And yeah, so talked with those guys, looked at their classroom, loved their pricing. So I got a class coming. I booked that for November 12th. If you want that information, hit me up at Trigger Mike Show at Gmail or, on Instagram at Trigger Mike Show. And I'm going to get you the info. I'm going to put together an ad. You might see it on your Facebook, your Instagram. You will see it rather on your Facebook and your Instagram in the coming week to book that class. But that's going to be a good one. Okay. I can get 40 up in there. So that's going to be dope. If you are anybody looking to get into guns, I'm actually changing the name of that class to Hello Handgun. All right. So Hello Handgun class, that's basically introducing yourself to a handgun. If you want an everyday carry, if you just want to learn and not be so timid around guns, if you never touched them, this class is for you. Also, if you need to reintroduce yourself to the handgun, meaning I got one. Yeah, I've shot before. I used to actually be really good, but I haven't done it in a while. And you need to reintroduce yourself to the fundamentals of shooting so you could be a good shooter. I got you covered there too. So I need to see all my people in my Hello Handgun class in the DFW area. All right. If you are in the DFW area, I am coming out there to do a class for y'all November 12th. Details coming soon. Details coming soon. All right. Oh, here my man Big Ant. I'm gonna wait to read this one. Here Big Ant go with this BS. All right. But yeah, excellent range, man. Shout out to those guys at Gritter Sports. I think it's Gritter. Yeah. GRITR Sports. They hooked your boy up. And let me tell y'all why they made me go out there. So I get it. I'm not gonna lie. I called them, I sent them my instructor certification, my range officer certification. Then I sent them my insurance. Okay, I'm legit. People act like they're gonna set you up when they ask you for stuff like that. And maybe they hear the blackness in my voice. But yeah, maybe they hear the blackness in my voice so they don't think I'm gonna be legit. Oh, just so you know, you gotta have insurance. I was like, covered. What you talking about? I got insurance. So I sent them all that, and they were like, okay, lastly, we know you're from Houston, all that, ha ha ha. But we do need you to come see the range. We need to put you through a quick test, make sure you can shoot. And I wasn't offended, but around here, I never have had to do that because either people know me because we shoot competition together, or somebody can vouch. I mean, everywhere else I go, Range USA, they like, oh, that's Mike. No, he good. He shoot better than me. All that type of stuff. But these people made me drive 4 hours from my damn house so they can come test me, drawing from the holster, putting all type of shots together. And they gave me a Glock. I brought my own gun, but unfortunately, I did forget the holster. I'm not gonna lie. So they gave me a Glock so I could show them how to shoot from inside the waistband. That I could do that of all guns. But no, of course, I aced it. He's like, wow, you shoot really fast. I was like, yeah, I do. I do. Don't ever talk about the speed if you're not going to talk about my accuracy too. So I'm going to teach all that in my Hello Handgun class, November 12th, Gritter Sports, Dallas, Fort Worth area. If you are in that area, hit me up on Trigger Mike Show at Gmail if you want more details. Or you can go to my website, which is heatdefensive.com. If you're in the Houston area, I will be changing the name of that class to Hello Handgun as well. Got new elements coming for you for the fall. All right, so that's going to be a dope class for y'all. Stay tuned for it. Where are all my shooters at in my chat? Anybody that is into firearms, or if you want to get into the firearms community, I will be your guide into that community. All right, I will help you speak the language and give you a warm welcome into this life that so many of us are in now. It's such a great hobby to have. All right, Who do I got in my chat today, man? And once again, shout out to the sponsor, Tej Hanley. 30% off along with a free gift. Make sure you click that link down in the description. Some of you need to buy it for the first time, and some of you need to re-up. All right. So whatever you need to do, go ahead and grab that Tej Pack Uncomplicated Skincare for Men. The link is in the description, ladies and gentlemen. Please support our sponsor. Thank you for that. Who do we got in the chat tonight? My man K. Parker, what's going on? Says, Trigger Mike, please cook with canola oil tonight, bruh. I might do it. I might not. I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna let the panel come up and say a few things on it because I really want to know. I want to know a lot on this topic because, I talk to people and I used to write monologues out just to organize my thoughts. I like being organized and objective based when I talk as best as I can anyway. But no, people have just been pissing me off talking to me in the chat. And here's how I know. I either have a unique, I'm not going to say I have the best perspective. I either have a unique perspective because even the people that claim not to like me keep running ideas and thoughts past me, which means something in their brain knows that I'm right. I'm giving them a conflict, a crisis of conscience. Because how can people claim not to like me but keep bothering me to hear my viewpoint? All right. So that's what's happening with this particular topic we got here tonight. Appreciate that, K. Parker. My favorite, Jill's Chocolate Boutique. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the anniversary love. It is my 5th anniversary in which I have to go downstairs and cut the cake. So just a quick heads up. We are celebrating this weekend. I am not sitting here on the Trigger Mike show on my anniversary. Okay. Y'all like, it's your anniversary. It's Wednesday. Chill out. I have booked the reservations. It is restaurants week out here in Houston. I have booked the hotel. Okay, so I got plans. All right, she got her facial coming, a massage coming. We got plans, but I did buy a cake, and I took my kids out after my daughter's cheer practice so they could see me buying their mama a big balloon, said 5, big gold one, that huge one. Said 5 and a happy anniversary balloon. We bought her a cake. Then I looked it up. The color for 5th year anniversaries is supposed to be turquoise. Other people say blue. Some people say turquoise. So I bought some blue, sparkly, turquoise-ish candles. And I explained to my children in detail that it is I and your mother's wedding anniversary today. And I want them to see us celebrate it because me and my wife know how to celebrate our anniversary, okay? We don't need help in that department. But I want the kids to understand this. Each and every milestone. Every year, sure, we'll celebrate it. But 5 is special. 5 is very special. So I bought the cake. And once the panel comes up, I'm going to come downstairs and go downstairs real quick and light that cake. I just had to get the show started for y'all because I said I was going to. So thank you so much for that anniversary shout out. Y'all want to see some pictures? I got some pictures. Or if you are on my Instagram, you already seen the pictures. But I got pictures. This is me and my lovely lady. Let me move this Tej Hanley logo. They're not a part of my wedding. Yeah, I got some pics, man. This is us in Montego Bay, Jamaica. It's actually Lucy, Jamaica, but you fly into Montego Bay, then drive out about 40 minutes. And then you'll be at the resort where we got married. All right. Yes. All right, man. Thank you so much for the love. It is my wedding anniversary. Happy to have made 5 years. Very happy. Let me tell you just real quick. It was a breeze. It was a breeze. Wait. Hold on. I see SB. Did somebody tell you the first 5 years were the hardest? I've been getting that all day. It's this first 5 years are the hardest. Really? Because our children are young. That was kicking my ass, but it wasn't. I mean, I don't know, man. You know, I'm different. I'm a little different. I don't like to have a defeatist mindset about those type of things. I never look at anything like it's something that I'm actually not gonna get through. You feel me? So that was nothing. If you ask me, it was nothing. 5 years, nothing. All right. Dale Matthew, what's going on, my man? Just Being Jazzy's podcast, crafty ideas and chill spot. How you doing, Sugarfoot? Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Cool gamer, I haven't seen you in a while. Maybe you've been in here, just been silent, but thank you for your support. Sugar Curls, what's going on? Give a shout out to the Lapeef Network. Always. Black Quinn, tell the truth. Why no one will drive the bus? I don't know why no one will drive the bus. What is the truth? What is the truth? As I've said, there are plenty of retired men, women, veterans, or whatever. People just lazy. You know what? We're going to get into it, but people are just lazy. Y'all need to be driving these damn buses. Where the old heads at? Old heads used to drive the bus. Grandma's sitting up in the house. Get up. Yo, come drive this damn bus and stop playing. Big pressure. What's going on? They actually gave the bus drivers in my area a raise because of the shortage. I'm pretty sure they did the same thing out here. My man, Big Ant, thank you for the super chat. $10 said, I'll be out there so I can teach you how to shoot. Man, how about you bring your ass out there so we can finally end this debacle once and for all? Okay. My man says, sign me up. All right, bet. HR is going to be in the building for sure. DJ Second, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. Don't expect me to Vanaheim, Nurm. Yeah, I was wondering how your Dallas trip was. It was dope. I hit up Texas Gun Experience. I had to. There's a gun I'm in the market for. I don't want to say the name out loud. My wife is gonna get pissed. She don't understand why I have to buy $3,000 and $4,000 guns, but this is my hobby. I don't know why I gotta explain it. But yeah, they had a Masterpiece Arms DS9 in stock. Well, they had the commander version in stock. I wanted the hybrid. I don't want the commander. I need the competition version. They had the like everyday carry duty. They had the duty style one, which is not the one that I want, unfortunately. Well, but I guess it wasn't meant for me to buy. To spend $3,000 on a quick day trip. Anyway, plus tax. Views of Virtue, how you doing? Welcome to the Trigger Mike Show. My man Big Ant said, I just built an 11.5 and I'm getting a 0.35 MOA groups at 100. You know what? I'll give it to you like this. You're still not going to beat me on the rifle, but we may have, with those type of groupings, you may actually be in the running on the rifle. Let me just tell you though, I don't just shoot static, because if we really want to get into who's better, I'm gonna invite you out to this two-gun multi-gun challenge that we do. So imagine going and having to lift some blocks and then picking up a barrel and carrying it, then having to shoot 200 yards while you're panting. Yeah, that's how we do it out here. But no, those some good groups though. For those of y'all that don't know what he's talking about when he says MOA, that's minute of angle. So quick explanation is just small little microscopic distance units that tell you how far you should move to the left or the right. Your scope is in either one full MOA or half MOA. I don't know, Big Ant. Is some of them quarter MOA? The most common are full MOA, one at full MOA, and half MOA are the best ones. But If he's getting groups that are 0.35 MOA close to each other, they're like very close to each other. That means we call that putting them on top of each other. That means he's shooting very accurately and controlling his breathing. Trigger, it was done to press your anger. I don't remember what that was about. SB says, happy anniversary, Trigger Mike. Thank you so much for the anniversary love. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Nikki, how you doing? Appreciate the congrats. Anissa, been working my damn nerves and my Instagram all day. Thank you so much for the anniversary wishes. My man, Mr. Payne, how you doing? My man, Big Ant. Thank you for the anniversary love. Says happy anniversary. And are you sure it's 5? Because if you're wrong, no, it's 5. I checked. I double checked and triple checked. See, this is what people do. Now you're like, is it 5? Yes, it's 5. Yes, it's 5. Yes, it's 5. You see, you can be so sure about something, but then people come up and second guess you. And you like, man, I know it's 5. I'm like, oh shit, is it 5? It's 5. I got married August 16th, 2018. Okay. To the woman I chose, who became the mother of my children and the matriarch of my family. Hell out of here, Big Ant. I know what I'm mad at you now. You really made me say, I was like, oh shit, is it 5? I went, there's a 40-inch balloon in my kitchen right now. It better be 5 years. You tripping. Sharon, my man, what's going on? Big pressure. All right, man, let's get into it. Today we have the topic: money only impresses lazy women. And I was gonna do a monologue, but let me let the panel up real quick because I want them to discuss this. Then I'm gonna go off on it a little bit, and I'm gonna let y'all know what that's about. So if you got time, if you want to talk about this discussion, I'm gonna break the ice, and then I'm gonna let the panel come in and give their opening thoughts while I go. Well, I go cut my cake because my children want to eat that damn cake. Say be down at 5. All right. Let me just tell you my thoughts on this. I have really become annoyed. I have been now completely annoyed with how we let the topic of money take over in relationships in regards to the value that men bring and that men have in said relationships. All it is about money, 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 money. I'm going to tell you outright, today marks my 5th wedding anniversary. The value that I bring, if I could quantify through the elements, through the characteristics and values I bring to this family, my least effective contribution has been money. As a patriarch, as a God-fearing man, as a thinker, as a father, as a husband, my provision is defined by more than money. I'm tired of this topic coming up every time you want to talk about what a man can provide or do for his family. It's getting on my nerves, yo. For real, for real. I started to realize the reason why money creeps into the conversation, and y'all know I talk a lot. Y'all don't got to tell me. I talk a lot. And when I don't understand something the way people may understand it or why they're talking about it, I have to take a moment and listen. So I started to listen to like what type of women are obsessed with money that bring it up at every single turn and every single topic and every single discussion. I have made the determination that it is lazy women. Money only impresses lazy women. Money only, hold on. Those of y'all that I just triggered, keyword, money only impresses lazy women. All women pretty much love money. If I went and got a stack, if I went and got 10 stacks, like a rapper, and just held it by my head and dropped it in the bed and said, hey, wife, go spend it on whatever. She'd love that. First of all, I'm sorry. I take that back. My wife wouldn't love it. She would be like, okay, this could be in the kids 520. Like she'd say something super logical and blow the whole freaking moment. My wife is like that. But the average woman would be like, hell yeah, I'm going shopping. Hell yeah, I'm taking a trip. Whatever you like to do. Most women like money. They love to spend cash. They love to be spent on. I get that. But to be impressed by money is different. It's different. Somebody said define lazy. Let me see if I like a definition. Google says lazy is unwilling to work or use energy. I love that definition. Unwilling to work or use energy. Let me explain why I think a lot of modern women are lazy. They are using and they're doing it in a masterful fashion. Let me not lie, let me give y'all your props outright. A lot of women are masterful in the way they turn every single situation, every single topic around on men and say it's either our job or something we should be doing. We never really talk about, I do. We never really talk about what a woman should be doing. I talk about it. And I think other men should be doing it as well. Sugar Bum says most modern women work. That is a fact, Sugar Bum. You're not going to hear me turn down known facts. Do most modern women want to work? Put that in the chat as well. Not only that, I do believe too many women are waiting to be rescued. Because as we've talked about on this panel before, a lot of women that claim they're doing something, they're not really doing nothing. The average salary for anyone in America really isn't that high. So I think no matter what a woman is doing for herself, if she's trying to keep up with the Joneses, if she's trying to do it, she's doing it all. Are you doing it for the sake of work? Are you doing it to provide for your family? No, likely doing it to provide luxury, to have a certain lifestyle. If a man's taking care of the bills, well, ooh, I can buy myself this. I could pay for this baller ass little, those little Benzes they like. I'm not completely sold women are doing it for the betterment of their family. I'm not. Money only impresses lazy women. Let me tell you what I mean by that. A woman, and this is to your point, Sugar Bum, a woman with a good work ethic that comes from a good home and a good family that taught her that she needs to work on behalf of her family or for her father or for her husband in the way he needs her to do so, she is ready to make herself useful however her family needs. Money coming from a man in a large surplus to those type of women is usually something that has to be built. She watches that process happen the whole time because she's willing to work with the man who has good morals, good values, good character, knowing that this dude just like my daddy, this dude just like my uncle. I'm going to stick with him. He has a good work ethic. Wherever he is going, men like him eventually get there. That's a level-headed woman. I think those are the women we like most. I'm not being biased. In society, I'm pretty sure those are the women we like most. I think we call them down to earth. But let me drop the link again. Let me go downstairs real quick. I hear my kids coming upstairs. Oops. Y'all come up. I just dropped that link. Come up and chat with me. I want to know what are y'all thoughts. Dre Slay says they wouldn't spend the money if they weren't impressed by something to begin with, though. Trigger Mike. They wouldn't spend the money if they weren't impressed by something. I think I know what you're saying, but I'm a little lost. So Sugar Bum gives the traditional response to this, which is, what's wrong with something wanting nice things and designer? Something is absolutely wrong with feeling entitled to it. I will say nothing is wrong with it per se. What are you willing to do to get it? Did you know, Sugar Mom, the average age of somebody who wears these designer brands that can actually afford it, meaning buy it outright from a certain socioeconomic standpoint, the average age is 50. The average age is 50. When I went to Venice, these Chinese women, these older Chinese women, with their daughters and maybe their daughter-in-laws and stuff, those women that were dropping cash, they were older. They were older. Their man had established themselves, as men tend to do, in their 40s, right? So nothing is necessarily wrong. I think it's an entitlement for people way too early in this country. What do y'all think about that? I don't think you're entitled to all these nice things. I don't. And I also, just to be perfectly clear, I don't think these things have anything to do with your happiness. That's your favorite word. I'm not happy. This doesn't make me happy. I know women with all of this stuff and they're freaking miserable. All you and here's the worst part about designer, all that shit go out of style in one season. How the hell, unless you're buying a very classic look YSL or Gucci bag that doesn't have too much going on, everybody wants the new shit in season. How you gonna spend $4,000 or $5,000 on a bag that you wore for less than 6 months? The hell I look like? It's not practical. Mr. Rich, what's going on?
How you doing, man?
I'm good this evening.
What's happening? I hear you talking, brother.
Yeah.
So what, you want opening thoughts?
Just say these women spend money. Oh, she said young women, young rich Asian women spend tons of money on designer. Everybody ain't rich in any ethnic group. Young black who are rich spend on designer. Young white women, young Latino women, but everybody ain't rich. So we might as well do away with that one.
Yep. So what's going on? So listen, man, you know what? Just like a man shouldn't lead with his money when he meets a girl, a lady who's asking for any kind of valuable trinkets before they get to know you, that's a major red flag.
Absolutely.
So my whole thing is, and I think we complicate things a little bit too much. I mean, and it depends on what your outcome is. I mean, if you're looking just to smash, then it doesn't matter what a woman wants. Doesn't matter about her body count is. Doesn't matter who her father is. It doesn't. All these things that we talk about on these panels. If you're just looking to smash as a man, anything that's virtuous or precious about the woman doesn't matter. If you're looking for a wife, then it does. So you got to determine where you're at, right? So if you're just playing around, and that's why the sexual marketplace is so crazy, because we complicate things, right? So these are mixed messages that even a 304 every so often gets fooled by a man who seems nice to her. He's looking to smash, but he's giving out some vibes that maybe he's a little bit more. But the truth is, he just wants to smash. So he asks us some questions that might matter. So, and women are kind of the same way, but it's different. Women, I don't know if this ever happened to you. I mean, like I said, I don't look at myself as one of those select kind of guys, but this happened to me before, where a woman said, "Hey, you know what? Let's forget about going out. Let's forget about going out. Whatever the dollar sign is for what we were gonna do, why don't you just, kind of leave it on the table? And
Yep.
let's just get to it.
Let me answer
You
my
know what I'm
friend
saying?
Sugar Bum
So,
here. Let me answer my friend Sugar Bum real quick. Sugar Bum, it absolutely is a flex.
being married?
Being married is a flex.
Okay.
It is a
Thank you.
flex.
We
Here's the
get
thing. Here's the reason why it's a flex. People who can actually do it the right way, it's absolutely a flex. Because last I checked, and trust me, you've seen me on these panels, you've heard me talk. I am a thinking man. I am a thinking man. So if there was something better out there that could achieve these same outcomes, I'd be doing that. Absolutely. I'd be doing that. There ain't nothing better out there that could achieve these outcomes. When I open my account, I'm like, yeah, it's pretty much that's what it is for me, man. It's absolutely a flex for the people who could do it the right way. Go ahead. I know a lot of people can't see it right now. A lot of people can't see it right now, but I look at things from a macro perspective. Go ahead
so
and put even in your own circle. Go ahead and put up all the people who not married in the age group against all the people who
can I
are.
ask you a question though, Mike?
Yeah.
When you use the word flex, I guess that means different things. This is one of the vernacular words. Have you sat down with the beautiful Mrs. and told her what you just said? Hey, honey, if there was something else better out there, I'd, I'd be doing that as opposed to being married to you.
No, I
Would you
mean,
say that?
no. I'm talking about if there's another institution. So if cohabitation and co-parenting
Okay.
was better than marriage,
Yeah. Okay.
I'd be doing that. If
With her.
polygamy
With her.
was,
Okay.
you see what I'm saying? I was like, if
No,
there's
no,
another
now I'm with you.
institution,
Now I'm with you.
all right, yeah. Hell
Now I'm
no. It's my anniversary. What the hell? You
with
trying
you.
to
Hey, honey,
bruh,
let's cut the
I'm
steak.
really
No, hey,
upset
hey,
at what
if
you
there was
said
something
on your
better out
show.
there, baby.
I'm
Okay,
really
I'm with
upset.
you. I
All
just
right,
had to
but y'all give
clarify.
opening thoughts. Let me go cut this cake real quick. Y'all hold it down.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Go ahead,
What's
Ashton. I
up,
mean, who was
Pine?
up next?
Deonta
Edie was
Didi.
up. Go ahead. Deoncia.
What's up? What's
Deancia.
up?
Yeah, you're up. You're up. Got some opening thoughts? Didi, I think you're up. If you're on mute if you don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So it's not that money only impresses broke women. It's not that money necessarily impresses anybody. Money is essential and a necessity. Like, you cannot function in this world without money.
I agree.
And it's nothing fun about poverty. And dating when you're in poverty is even worse. It's a horrible
But let me
experience.
ask you. Let me
I
ask you on that
highly
point
not
before you
recommend
move
it.
on. Can you hear me? Before you move on from that point, when in a couple, if I meet a lady, she meets me, we want to go out. When do you bring it up as a lady, trying to figure out what kind of resources the man has? When do you try to figure that out? As soon as you sit down, first date, second date, you know what I'm saying? When does that come up?
This is actually done before the first date. Typically, there are going to
Okay.
be some conversations had leading up to the first date that's going to be discussing what do you do for a living,
Okay.
or a general what industry are you in, and then you can just simply go Google it on Glassdoor and find out how much the ballpark of what somebody's kind of making without offensively and being intrusive and asking them, hey, how much money did you make?
So the second
So you
question
just gauge
is,
it with questions about, hey, what do you do for a living?
But
so on that point, the next question.
wouldn't that piss you off? If
No,
somebody
no,
Google
no.
how much you
Hold on for
make,
1 second. Let me answer this next question. And I don't want to lose the bubble. Okay. Does it matter what your intentions are with that guy when that comes up? Is it a casual thing, or if you're looking for a relationship, does that matter what he does?
Absolutely gonna matter, just period. Because for me, I'm a resource person, so I also want to bring you opportunities if I know of them. So I do know what you.
You're breaking up. You're breaking up. I can't hear that.
Whether we're going to be friends, whether we're going to be or something more.
Yeah, your audio is breaking up.
They can bring you business. All right, start back out and come back.
Yeah, come back in. Come back in. What's up, Ashton?
Trying to get it like you, Big Pain.
What's happening? Hey, listen.
Our Pain, but wouldn't it piss you off if you found out that somebody Google how much you make?
No, I wouldn't. It wouldn't bother me. First of all, I don't think she'd tell me. I don't think
but she go to the bathroom and she leave her phone on the table and that Google pop up and it say how much this engineer make. That wouldn't piss you off, Pain?
No.
Why you lying?
No,
but
no, man, no, it wouldn't. It would not. I swear, it would not. I mean, I don't think that's nefarious. I really don't. She could have just asked me if she was really that curious. She wouldn't have to go through those methods. But that's why I asked when. And I think the intention matters, right? If we there to try to cultivate some kind of relationship, then that's cool. If we just there to smash, what does it matter?
But I mean, do we as men? I don't ask women how much they make. Do you, Pain? So I mean, I feel like that's kind of. I feel like that's kind of.
Well, women ain't men. Men ain't women. We don't
move
the same way. We don't move the same way. Hey, Ashton, you have just like you said, you haven't asked a woman how much they make. You know why? Why don't you? Let me ask you, why don't you? Why don't you?
It don't matter to me.
Exactly right. That's why. But it matters to women. Let me tell you, I've been married for 36 years, right?
Yeah.
And listen, I love her. I love my wife. God bless her, everything. But I know she's with me for what I could provide. That's on the list. It ain't like it's not on the list. You know what I'm saying? Women are with men
I got you.
for what we can provide. It matters to them.
I got you.
I think these YouTube spaces turn that into a negative, but women.
I ain't saying it's a net. Okay, my bad, Pain, because I was yelling last episode.
No, let me just finish. You can answer it. These YouTube spaces turn that into a negative because women have led with it the wrong way, right? They act like it's all that they want. And that made it kind of negative. But every man who has a woman understands that woman's with them for whatever they could provide. Even if it's not economics, then it's aesthetics. He looks good. He busts those cheeks in the bedroom. He does this, he does that, and she needs that at the time. So that's a provision, and sometimes that's enough. And then money might not be at the top of the list all the time, especially if she has her own.
I got you.
Yeah.
So let me ask you another question, Pain. If the guy before you she didn't require money from him, but she required money from you, that wouldn't piss you off neither?
Yeah. If only if it really mattered to me, right? I mean, when I married my wife, she wasn't, the beautiful virgin bride, man, So I don't know what went on with her past. I didn't
ain't talking about your wife, Pain.
You asked me a question. No, I know you're not talking about my particular wife. I'm talking about the circumstance. The circumstance is what you just said is legitimate, but how do I know? I don't know. I don't know who bust those cheeks before me. I didn't ask. I just knew she wasn't a virgin. I didn't ask. So that's where your powers of observation come in. So when you have a lady, and if she's not a virgin, you can't just, the body count question is stupid to me, right? You got to look at her. You got to look at her spirit. I mean, you got to see how she moves. That's the most important thing. How does she move? And can you, with confidence, think that woman could bond to you as her number one man? That's what you get.
Mr. Penn, how are you doing, panel? How's
Oh,
everyone doing?
let me go ahead and answer the question for Econay run the train off the track. I mean, I don't think money attract just lazy women. I mean, it's not necessarily money, but I mean, everything costs now. I mean, just her looking at you, does she like you? She like the clothes that you wear on, that costs money. The car that you drive, that costs money. So I mean, it it's I'm in between on that question. So I mean, but everything you do costs, and I'm sure she like what you got on. So yeah, it's not just it's
I don't
not
know,
just
Ash.
an
Let
attractive
me put it
lazy
to you
women.
like this. Let me put it to you like this. I will be very disappointed if my daughter is easily impressed by money
No,
because
I ain't saying just money, but I'm just saying trigger. You know, stuff costs. I mean, I get where you're coming from, trigger. I swear, but you get what I'm saying. Like Nike costs, Puma costs. It
no,
costs
yeah.
like
So we're
it,
not talking about. So let's go deeper into the conversation. We're
What
not
the hell
talking
are you
about
thinking
somebody.
about Nike for?
Yeah, we're not talking about
cause it,
somebody's ability to pay for something. Okay, so let me. We have a weird relationship and love for money in the black community. I'm just gonna say it. The
And
number
Nike.
one person that you thought would say I love money, like Elon Musk, who is consistently be back and forth as the richest man in the world,
Right.
was on record last week saying having children is the greatest thing ever. He
Of
didn't he
course.
didn't mention one word. The greatest happiness you can achieve is from children. He got all the money. He could buy anything he wants to. And he gave a very logical response, right? So
It's easy for a
even
rich man to say that, though, Mike. He's not an honest broker when he says that, even though I believe it.
Exactly.
no, so not only but it's not only him. That's really what I'm saying. It's
Uh-huh.
not only him. I think what so this is let me break it all the way down for you. Money has never for people who especially didn't earn it, money has never really enriched anybody else's. I'm sorry, really made anybody happy. We know it's the damn good down payment for happiness if you know how to do it the right way.
Yes,
But
that's
like
damn.
what most lottery winners are broke within 5 years, no matter how much they win. Right? So this love that we have for money, it doesn't really fix it. It's the one thing people will say will fix all of their issues, but even that doesn't fix their issues. Any amount of money won't fix anybody's issues. We have such a bad relationship with it that we don't really want it to sustain us over time. We just want to buy shit with it. The average six-figure earner is still living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah, not only that, but when I used to work for a lot of small businesses, I work closely with CEOs of companies. Now, these people control and wield millions of dollars, but when they're single, there's some single ones. They always talk, they'll always like kind of whisper in your ear, or not, or have that little quiet backroom chat, like, "Yo, man, I mean, I'd trade this all for like a wife and some kids." Running around, doing these conferences, always on a jet. You know, I bought, you know, how many cars I bought, how much jewelry I bought, all of the things that I want, and I'm not happy. You know, I look at these marriages and I look at these families, and I don't have that, and my money can't get me that. I have to actually go out and earn it, and that takes time and investment that I don't have. So there's a lot of CEOs that we look up and say, oh, well, they have the life. No, they don't. They have the money. They don't have the life. A happy marriage that's content with children that are functional, that's the life. That's forever. That's to your deathbed. That money can come and go at any time. Any recession can wipe you out.
Yep.
This is true. Your starting point. Hey, some of the other people just came up. Go ahead, Ekene or whoever else. I have something to say to that money thing.
Yeah, yeah. What
EBD,
I gotta say. Go ahead. Go
EBD,
ahead, Amber.
EBD, what do you mean by happy marriage?
I'm not saying happiness as in like a Ronald McDonald clown, a 24-hour, but I'm talking about content. I'm talking about no divorce. I'm talking about all the ups and downs and dynamics that come with marriage, having children, raising those children, being able to go on family vacations, all of the little things that CEOs of major billion-dollar corporations just can't do.
Just asking.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ike.
Okay, let me say this real quick before humble. This Nigerian man just cut me off, man. I'm kidding. Yeah. So, Mr. Payne,
Yes,
let me
sir.
say this.
Yes.
I agree with you that a woman should know how much a man earns, but she shouldn't ask that question.
Okay.
She shouldn't ask it at the very first instance of meeting a man, not even the first 2 weeks of being with a man. She has to gradually come to that level of comfort to ask a man that question, because you know why?
Okay.
If it was 50 years ago, a woman asked that question, you would have been like, oh, she's trying to ask because she wants to know if I can take care of her family. But today, 2023, when a woman asks that question, she's trying to see if you can sponsor her lifestyle. It's not
Thank
the
you,
same
Ikane.
thing.
Thank you, Ikane. Our
Yeah,
pain acting like
50
he ain't
years
get
ago
it.
when you got married, 50 years ago when you were growing up as a teenager, then got married about 30 something years ago, it was a different world. Women think about relationship. They think about, is he going to be able to take care of me and the kids? But today, you're talking about trifles.
Okay.
You're talking
So
about hoes. People that want you to buy them Bentley.
let me you could go back. Let me just interject while you're on that point. I didn't. That's why I asked Dee Dee about what she thought. Don't get me wrong. I don't agree or subscribe to the fact that that women, no matter what age it is, want a man based on what he could provide. I don't care if it was 1987 or now. It depends on what your intentions are with that woman. If my intentions are just to smash, then it's I don't care what she asks me,
And
right?
I'm gonna disagree with you.
Hold on for a second. I'll let you go.
You owe me 2 minutes.
But I didn't say she should lead with that. Dee Dee answered the question pretty nice. She said she'd look it up 1 hour. Maybe was no Google back then, but those ways to find out what a guy did based on his profession. So I don't think that's inappropriate. That's if you lead with that, then I kind of understand what you're saying. But I'm not. Let's not mince words. I mean, a woman's going to try to find out one way or the other, depending on
But look at it this.
her intentions are.
But look at it this way, right? What makes that argument not to hold water is this. Look at Kiki Palmer.
Oh, okay, come on, man.
Yeah. No. This is not financial, but this is deception. Women are deceptive. Modern women are deceptive, and I'll tell you why. Kiki Palmer got a boyfriend that she deceived. She deceived that they were building family. Look at what happened after that night that shenanigan went on. He went online and said, my wife, my family, right? Because with the hope that he was building a family. Whereas, you know what she wanted from the boy? Just a child.
Yes.
So she deceived him.
No.
You still taking into my time. That means you owe me 3 minutes.
No, I hear what you're saying, but that's
but let me land because now it's going to be 4 minutes that you owe me that I have to get from you.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
but check this out. Check this out. The reason why I'm saying this is this. She deceived that guy, made the guy feel like they were building family, whereas she was just trying to get a child, a mixed-race child with a good texture, so she could bear. And look at what she just did in a monologue of a video that was just released by her and Usher. She mocked the man. You know why she did that? I always tell guys this. When a woman tells you that she like both men and women, run. Because you know what? She has no credibility in relationship and she has no shame.
She's too fluid.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue with
fluid. And fluid is a sign of somebody with mental health issue. If she can, I'm sorry. If she tells you she likes both ways, run. Because you know what? She is messed up in the head. You know what I'm saying? A
Yes, I
virtuous
do.
woman is a woman that stick to very few body counts and a husband. She gets as low as in the single digit, low below the single digit. I'm talking about way on the lower side of the single digit. I'm talking about 3, 4 by the time she turned 25. And those 3, 4 are because of men that disappointed her, men that she has showed her father. I tell women this all the time. The moment a guy say hello to you, tell him that I'm going to invite you to a dinner at my family's house. And guess what he's going to do? He's going to run. But if he wants you and wants marriage, he's going to be the first person at that house
I
knocking
agree
on
with that.
that door.
I agree with
So
that.
that's what we have to understand. These women are not virtuous. These women that are asking you how much do you make, what is your degree, the very first day they met you, kick her to the curb and be gone.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you know what? She wants a sponsor, lifestyle sponsor.
All right.
Listen, let me tell
So
you,
so
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm just not as refined in terms of if it's the first thing out of her mouth, yes. If it's like the first date, second date, I don't know. But it always depends on what my intentions are. Like I said, if I'm looking for somebody to vet, yeah, then I'm more on your side. If I'm looking for somebody to smash, then I really don't care. But the Kiki Palmer thing, I had that peeped out a long time ago. And I don't blame her. Listen, the guy was beneath her in terms of finances. He had the aesthetics, just with what he provided her. He had the aesthetics. It was clear, and I'm gonna be real quick. It was clear Kiki Palmer had issues with the way she looked, her skin, her color, her hair, all of those things. So she looked for a man who had the aesthetics that could give her a baby that she'd be happy with. And I've said this before, if she was a black widow spider, she would have ate him, she would have killed him and fed him to the baby. And if she was a praying mantis, she would have ate him. That's what it was from the beginning. I peeped that out from the beginning. She didn't want this man. She just wanted what he provided, sperm for a baby. Now, we could hate her for that, but she's just what she did. He left her, by the way. I give him some credit. I think he finally broke it off.
Yeah,
So he stayed too long. He never moved in our house.
this is a cautionary tale for sure. That dude, I mean,
At least you don't have to pay child support.
outside of a Kiki Palmer just being a low life at this point, like you don't Usher don't give a damn. He don't give two shits. He's just making money.
He's
But
having a good time. Yeah,
she at this point she has no class.
no.
She has no class.
Trigger
you
Mike,
think she a low life trigger?
Trigger
Huh?
Mike, I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
I don't want us to change this topic to Kiki Palmer. I want to ask you a question. What about the fathers who teach the daughters to ask the question up front about if they meet a guy, like what is the type of job, what the kind of job they do, and how much they make? What about the fathers who teach the daughters that?
Humble. Before Trigger Mike answer that, let me say this real quick because let me just say one statement, okay? They're just like they are fucked up daughters, they are fucked up fathers.
Oh shit.
I don't
I'm
think
I'm
there's
listening. Go ahead.
no, I don't think there's anything wrong with asking a man what he does for a living, right? I think
No.
it's a thing where because I'm proud of what I do, and if you're a woman going on a date with a dude like first date, these questions are going to be asked, right? Like who are you? What do you like to do? What do you do for a living? And I think the way you talk about what you do as a job, I mean, they'll want to know several things, right? Do you have a job or do you have a career? Because those are two different things, right? Job is what you're employed, and that's mostly what you're doing right now to pay the bills. Career is something that you are. You are an engineer, you are an artist, you are an architect. You've been doing it 10, 20 years, or you got a degree in it, things like that, right? So you'll be a psychologist for the rest of your life. You'll be an engineer for the rest of your life. But if you're working a job, right? If you're just doing a normal job, you don't know how long you're gonna be at that job. You may not be happy at your job. You may not be making enough money at your job. So it's a different socioeconomic dynamic of trying to gauge someone out. But as far as women are concerned, when we're asking them that question, we're trying to do a little deeper dive, because it's like, okay, you're working, but is that your job or is that your career? Versus men will tend to stick with a career. We'll find a job here and there when we're younger, and then when we're later on in life, we have a career for like 5, 10, 20 years.
You know what? Let me shout out to SB. Well, how you doing? Well,
Hello, everybody. I'm doing good. How are you?
good.
Hey, SB,
So
How you doing,
I
SB?
actually got a question. So
I'm
I'm not
good.
gonna skip I'm not gonna skip your question, but I did develop a question that kind of goes into this. So I'm gonna let SB answer it first, because this is a good one to roll right into this topic. Who wins more? Women that prioritize financial security, or women that prioritize, I meant to put values and character?
I go for values and character. I think that wins.
Okay. Why?
I come from old school, y'all know that. So I'm building with my man. I'm gonna be an asset, and we're gonna just make it work. So because like someone mentioned here earlier that, something could happen and money can come and go really quick. But when you're building with them, you realize what kind of character he has, and a good man ain't gonna be down, but 1 or 2 days, maybe at the most, he gonna have a plan for more money. And it's just been, my whole life has been that way. You know what I mean. I'm saying I'm with a good man. So if something happens, we lose, we're gonna win soon. So it's just like that. You begin to understand that money comes and goes. You can't, there's no way you can just sit on it. It just happens, especially if you're the type of person that wants wealth. So you have to invest in something, and your investments might not win. You might invest in the wrong things. So you up one day and you down one day. But if you believe in that man and he sees you as an asset, you all can continue. So that's just how I feel.
Hold on,
D-Town.
Go
D-Town,
ahead, D-Town. I
your
think I
speakers
fixed it. Go
killing
ahead.
all right. I think he's driving. He's driving.
Econet, you got a mohawk.
I'm driving. My mic, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
you
I
now.
can hear you now.
We got you now. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just hopping up here because I was hearing R. Payne just spew this bullshit that he been saying, but it is what it is. That's what R. Payne do. This man had the nerve to say that Keke Palmer. Okay, so can Keke Palmer do better than her baby daddy, R. Payne? Is that what you saying right now?
Well, you obviously didn't hear what I said.
Please tell me what you said.
But go ahead, finish.
But what I'm trying to see, because you
Keke
said,
Palmer,
because you was like, you said, well, good riddance, because the guy was beneath her. So I'm trying to see, where do you get this?
Financially, he was beneath her. Financially, he was beneath her.
The guy make $500,000 a year, R. Payne.
Wait a minute, man. Okay. Let's put the emotions aside, right? She's making a few million, 7 million, whatever. She clearly looked
He
at
just
him
called you emotional,
financially.
D-Town.
She clearly looked at him financially beneath her. I didn't say he was broke. I didn't make no determination. I know he's not broke. That's why he moved on. But for her, she was beneath her station, and that's how she treated him. Because if he wasn't,
she would do better?
She would have never did that.
So you feel like she's in a better situation right now?
No, okay. I'm not making that character.
I'm just making sure. Okay, OG.
Well, yeah.
Man, D-Time, the way you worded that thing was confusing, man, because I was confused at first, but the last statement cleared everything now, because I was confused.
Right.
The real point I was making, D-Town, the real point I was making is that regardless of what she thought about this guy, she used him for what she needed out of him. A baby that didn't have the features that she had. That's what she was looking for. That's what I believe. I believe she was one of those black women who was ashamed, or who was in this whole colorism kind of thing. And there's plenty of black women that way. She found this near almost I could pass for white dude. And he gave her what she wanted, and she had no more use for him. And she wasn't woman enough to go tell him, hey, listen, buddy, you did what I needed you to do. However, I like you enough that if I want to do a return engagement, I want to break it off so much because I want my little son here to have a partner.
Mr. Pay, you still owe me 4 minutes, so I'm going to interject a little bit. You wrong on that one. You wrong on that one, Mr.
How
Pay.
you add these
Y'all gotta
minutes
let me jump in here. Hold on. Let me jump in here real quick. So I want to give my answer on this. Y'all be giving a whole novel in between y'all answers. All right.
Don't they trigger?
I definitely think so. Let me even hit not even what I think. It has been proven that the women that prioritize values and characters win. A large majority of the middle, upper middle class, and even rich people, or millionaires. These people are married, and people that became this way while married. The number one story you will hear from most of these people, we either met in college or we knew each other while we were young. That when just go ask. Y'all don't. It's clear that most people don't talk to married people at all because y'all still out here dating, trying to find some mythical person that's just gonna be with you for the rest of your life. You go back into your past. That's probably where your husband or wife was at. If I'm being real with you.
Wow.
Okay.
Because
I always say that.
Advice
I
from
always
Fadi,
say that.
That's why they're getting their advice from Fadi.
These people knew each other from wherever, however long. Let the man tell the story. In fact, not even the one. Let the man be like, I don't even know why she was here, dog. I didn't have anything. We were eating. I remember one of my buddies told me, like, bruh, she showed up at the door because I said I was having a hard time. He's like, I was just broke. He's like, I was just broke. She knew I was in school. This girl showed up in my dorm room with food and then said, damn, I was gonna eat Cool Whip all night. And then he said, bro, do you know after we ate the food, this lady went and got the Cool Whip out there, was like, I'll eat Cool Whip with you anytime you want. I was like, this shit is poetic as a mother. Man, they've been married. They've been married like 14 years. Bro, this woman, like, do you know what this dude does now? Chief engineer at a shipbuilding company. This dude, I can't even tell you the money he got now. Audi this, Audi that. Like, he was with the dude from jump. That is how most of these relationships are made. What do y'all got to say about that?
I want to say this. I want to say this really quick, y'all. I'm sorry. I want to say that man will never tell that woman that you're gonna leave me and take my ish, because his thought process is that me and her built this together, and this woman is an asset to me. Yep. So he will never say anything like that, unlike what we hear today. So there are situations, and you are exactly right, Trigger. I've been knowing my husband, like, we met in the club. Honestly, he was the bouncer and I used to be a goer, honestly. 23 years old and been married 28 years. So you are exactly right. But I always knew. So she knew that this man was going to be the man he said he was. So it didn't really matter if he was, 6 figures or whatever at that time. Yep. She knew he was going to be that person.
Absolutely.
That's true.
I mean, dope guy. That's one of my good homeboy, frat brother. He's always had, but
somebody has a bad background. Somebody has a bad background.
This guy has always had the values and the character. He was one of those students. I don't even know why people do this. You know who the brokest college students are? The out-of-state ones. The ones that their parents don't live there, they always broke. They're always broke because they usually got those majors that are really hard. So they can't work. They can't work or nothing. So they always broke, barely eating, anything. But no, his character was solid. And every time girls would be like, you got a homeboy for me, because he studied most of the time and he wasn't on the yard and he wasn't all flashy. They'd be like, I'm good on him. I'd be like, look, I thought y'all wanted husbands, because if you want a recommendation, this is the best I got. Now, of course, we go to a wedding or two. They be like, I should have got with such and such. Of course, you should have got with him.
Yep.
In college, of course, but you didn't want to listen. All right, anybody else? Who wins more? Women that prioritize financial security or women that prioritize values and character?
Of course, values and character. Oh, go ahead, Ashton.
No, you got it. You can fly your plane.
Okay, now I'll answer. Mr. Penn still owe me 4 minutes. So this is this is what it is. Okay, when you prioritize money, it's a big mistake, because look at those women. They end up miserably. They end up divorced. they waste all their time in alcohol and drugs. They self-medicated because they always have anxiety. And most of them, that anxiety is because of the love that they have for money. But if you prioritize good character, you find out that most women that prioritize good character last in a long time, last long in a relationship, irrespective of her husband's income. You see them in poor family, you see them in middle class, you see them in rich family. You see their husband earn it all and lose it all. They're still there. They never leave because they know that that guy will rise again. Even when he's 90 years old, they still believe he's going to rise again. He's about to die. They still believe he's going to rise again because guess what? There is something that surpasses money that they have believing. But a woman that has happiness from money, just like I told you guys, when she asks or her father tells her to ask, what does he do for a living? Messed up girls also have messed up dads because some of these dads are far more materialistic than women themselves. I'll tell you a life story. I had a girl that I was dealing with when I was 26 years old. Her dad is a Nigerian, her mom is African American. And one day, she and I went into a huge conversation. And then she told me, do you know that my dad said that I shouldn't deal with you anymore? And I asked him why. He said because he doesn't know if I was going to graduate from college. And I was surprised. And then she's asking, why did he say that? I said that because most Nigerian kids, they don't graduate from college. That was the beginning of the end of our relationship. Because to me, that moment, how can a man that I so much have faith in, I so much respect, will go behind me and say such a thing? That means he was leading his daughter materially. For her to come and tell me that means that she was shocked. But being a Nigerian man, when you marry a girl in our community, you marry the entire family. So if you're going to let her go, you're going to let the whole family go because guess what? You don't marry just the girl because her family has a huge influence on her. That killed me that moment. I'm a mechanical and aerospace guy today, right? She went and married a guy that didn't even go to college.
Hold on, let me ask
Running
you
her damn
something.
mouth ain't an
What make you
let me get this super chat real quick.
Think you're the right person for him? What make you
Let me
think
get
you're
this.
the right man for the
Let me get the super chat real quick.
Apparently, I wasn't the right
Sugar
guy.
Bomb says $2. Kiki and Usher 1 million in 12 hours. Kiki won. That's the problem right there, Sugar Bomb. It's not a competition. The baby lost. The family lost. They got children. They lost. It's not a competition. Another family ruined over some BS. You see what I'm saying?
Life.
God damn, y'all be killing me. All right. Anybody else want to go on this?
Yeah, I got a 30, not a 30 second, 1 minute. I was just thinking about this when you guys were talking, so I can keep it short and concise. So I would say that if your value is money, if you're a woman, you can be bought and you can be sold and you can be traded. When you have characteristics and value and principles, it's never about the money. You're priceless. No one can afford you. No one can acquire you with money. When you have principles that's in here, that's not for sale. See what I mean? So if all a woman is looking for is money, then yeah, she can be bought and sold at any price because there's always going to be the next man who can bid on that item on that auction, right? You on an auction, it's a market, you can be bought and sold on that market. But if your value isn't money, no one can purchase you at any price. You have to be earned. You have to do work to acquire. So yeah, that's why I'd say the characteristics and values are going to win out every time.
Nice.
So EBD, can I ask you a question? What would you do? Like I asked our pain before you got here. If a woman Googled your job income,
yeah, I'd be like, go ahead.
First date.
I would be like, go ahead. None of it's yours. I'm like, yeah, you
Oh,
can
wow.
Google how much money I
But-
make
but-
because none of it's yours.
But would it piss you off though, EBD?
No, but it would tell me. But if I found out that she did it, I would know that she's all about the money, and I know that she's can be bought and sold, and I wouldn't have any interest.
You looking pretty foxy tonight, SBU.
Thank you, sir. How are you?
Let B Love go, man.
Yeah, I was about to
I'm
say,
doing okay.
be love. What's going on? Thank you for joining us.
Hey, be love. How are
Hi.
You want to
you?
answer the question? I got another one that might be good. You want to answer this one or the next one?
Well,
I need to answer this one after her, though.
All right, bet.
this to me, I definitely will focus on character in a heartbeat because I can take care of myself. I'm good. You know what I mean? And I want somebody that's going to add value to my life. Money can be here one day, gone the next. And I'd rather have somebody that has value, that morals, they can, they have character, because anybody, I mean, it's just that's what I need at this point in my life. I don't want any kid. I don't want any more kids or anything like that. I don't need all this. I don't need a fancy life. Like I'm easygoing. I live a simple, peaceful life. That's what I want, and I want someone that just has character that they can add to me. So
So I got a
So
quick
you
one.
basically looking for a retirement.
Let me just
Mr.
say
K, you
one.
still owe me 5 minutes.
No, you got your 25 minutes.
You took 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Your
That
bank
was
is
that was my time. That wasn't Mr. Payne's time. That was my time.
Let me answer
My
this quick.
cutting into Mr. Payne is 4 minutes. I have
go
4
ahead,
minutes to
Payne.
cut into his time.
Let me answer this
Right.
real quick. Let me
Go ahead,
answer this
Payne.
question. Listen, I believe, of course, just like everybody else, we got the values and character. One of the things I've said before, especially if you're in a serious relationship, forget the relationship, I'm talking about marriage. Most people don't believe the vows they say in marriage. That's why these marriages break up. That's why value and character is the most important thing, because they'll be more likely to live by the vows. I know me and my wife, we live by the vows. We've been blessed that we haven't had really no big shebango fights and stuff, and we never talked about divorce, and we never even came close. But we believe in the vows. Right? And I think one of the biggest things that's missing from modern marriages, just like the lady who couldn't say the vows on the altar, everybody saw that.
Yeah.
I
She was
saw it,
coached.
Payne.
She was coached and she was in counseling with the guy. And I don't blame her for anything. They just should have never been at the altar. And I believe the minister should have told him, you can't get married in my church because you're not ready. And he should have told her why they shouldn't have got married, because she can't even say the vows. She couldn't even say them in practice.
Hey.
And the man should have never asked that woman to marry her, because
Yep.
she gave all those red flags before.
Yep.
And
Gino Jennings would have threw her out of his church.
Yeah, man, you can't get married here.
Gino would have threw her out.
So I don't blame that on the woman. And a lot of people did on these YouTube spaces. She's this and that. No. She should have never been.
We definitely give the ultimate accountability. Like, hey man, you better vet. You better be out here. Don't ignore the red flags because you love her, and don't make the mistake of thinking she'll change or she's just playing. Man, that's my bet. No, this type of disrespect tends to balloon.
Well,
it cannot be tolerated.
You said a lot of times, Mike. That
here's the worst part about it. Here's the worst part about it. Lie. If a woman is going to misrepresent herself, disrespect you in front of your family and hers, that's how much defiance is in that lady. That's intolerable. Like I can't even fathom what I would have done in that moment, because we had a similar situation. I think I told y'all a few weeks ago. It's on Instagram. Cousin got married in Portugal. And I'm sorry, the wedding itself was on Instagram while they were doing that walk on that Pebble Street. Nigerian guy, really cut up in a nice suit, and this, I don't know, she looks Portuguese. This lady, he's an anesthesiologist. They said, for richer or for poor, this lady yells out, for richer or for richer. Ha 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 ha. Everybody on my family side pissed. Who the hell this woman thinks they don't play that stuff? in our, you know what I mean? Piss wouldn't talk to her afterwards. So they need to let her know this is not funny. Don't misrepresent us. You literally a part of our family now, letting the world think that this is how we get down. And we don't. So she definitely got a stern talking to. And I think more people need to. Let me read these super chats real quick and we're going to keep it moving. My man Big Ant says, happy anniversary. And you are, oh, no, I read that one already. Sugar Bomb, $2 says, why does financial stable equal to gold digging for men? It doesn't, Sugar Bomb. That's an excellent question. I expect, and let me make this very clear, I expect a woman, that is actually your job, to survive. If you're practicing hypergamy the way it's supposed to be done, you're actually supposed to be securing yourself the best chance of survival. But ask the average woman of today, what does financially stable mean to them? The average man is financially stable. He can put a roof over his head. You can go share his apartment with him. He can feed himself. He can share his food with you. He can pay all his own bills, but that's not enough for most women. What they want is a man who will be able to finance their luxury. Well, I want this. Well, that's not practical for me to buy you $1,000 purse. I make $50,000 a year. Like, you see what I'm saying? For a man to say that is sin to the modern woman. So we could talk about what financially stable means, but I don't think the average man thinks a woman is gold digging for wanting him to have a job and being able to take care of the baby he might implant in her. That's just your natural mode of survival. So we're not talking about that here. We're talking about the more extreme cases. What's going on, my man, True Table? Let me get this last super chat, $5. He says, stop saying, can I ask you a question? Just make your point. Appreciate that. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Trigger Mike Show on the Lapeef Network. We are talking about money only impresses lazy women. I do have another question for y'all, and this is a free-for-all. Maybe we'll let one of the ladies get in on it first. Is struggle love a false narrative, or is it a justified fear of most women?
False narrative.
Explain.
And I want to go next.
All right.
Because when you say struggle love, first of all, I'm not sure what they're talking about. That's why I say it's a false narrative, because you create your own situation by your own choices. If we're just dealing with money, if you allow your husband to have that plan and you all listen to him, the family, your wife, children, whatever the situation is, then you probably won't get into a situation where your money is short, but life happens. So when you say that struggling, that could be just simple life. I remember when we were young in our marriage, every other week or every other month, something happened. Like, we needed 2 tires. The next month you needed this, you needed that. Whereas you couldn't do all the things you wanted to do. You had to sacrifice here and there. And that's actually what marriage relationship is about. It's about sacrifice, and there's no struggle in that. But if you got a person that is not willing to go through the times where things are not easy with you, then that's not the person that you want to marry. So I just think all this brings you closer together, because it makes each person sacrifice and put more into whatever's necessary. You want that woman to say, you know what, maybe I'll go out and get this part-time job because we want to pay this credit card off. Or you want that husband to say, you know what, I'm gonna pick up a couple of hours because we want to invest some money in, a CD or Dogecoin or whatever. Not that, please don't. But anyway, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Absolutely. All right, Didi, you said next, and I agree. That was a very good one. I don't think I have to amend my answer now, because that was a good rebuttal to struggle love. I'm not gonna lie. All right, Didi, I already know where you're coming from with this, so we're gonna hear the other end. We've heard the what? No, we've heard the negative. I'm sorry, the affirmative. So go ahead, give us the negative. What is it?
Okay. Well, it is a justified fear for most women, and I can speak from personal experience. I've been there. See, when you that husband is going to go out, that husband is going to go get a.
Her microphone messing up again, Trigger.
Yeah, you're going in and out, Didi.
Tell you about the homelessness and the real struggle that the women are dealing with within. Somebody that is handling things
Yeah,
because he
Didi,
wants
you're
these
going in and
women
out. You're going
to
in
be
and out. We
man,
had you for like 5 seconds.
but he ain't
You're
handling
going in and out.
stuff. And then you
You're going in
find
and
out
out.
stuff
Look at God.
we're losing.
Oh,
her.
damn.
She may not be
That
able to
was
hear you
God.
either. So
But
God
yeah,
did.
that Wi-Fi. Yeah, go ahead.
let me
God
let
did
me
that.
let me say what I think she said.
She's in a bunker.
Let me tell you what I think she said. She
Yeah,
said
Russia.
it's a fear of being homeless and not having money or what have you, the things that women go through. But wouldn't a woman struggle if that was the case? They would struggle just the same as a single person. Not having enough money, not having two people contributing to the same cause. I think that would still be a struggle either way, whether you were married or not. Now, if you actually choose a person that is incapable of being the husband, the leader, the head of the household that he was supposed to be, then you might have a situation. But I never talk.
All right, I'm back.
I don't talk
I'm
to
back.
that. So that's why
I'm back.
I
All
wouldn't.
right, so
You
with
sound clear
that
now.
being
Go ahead.
okay, so when you've lived it with the struggle of and having the irresponsible spouse and stuff like that, you can sit up here and say, "Oh, this is what you chose," and in a way that's gaslighting because a lot of times women are deceived. If someone has lied to you about the stability that they bring, and someone is deceiving you and manipulating you, what do you do with that?
All right, Didi. We got
At
to
the
give
ages
context
that you
now.
are advocating, and also you are advocating that women settle down so young, so early. At that age, you don't have sense enough. You're still learning certain
So
things,
this is
certain
this
So
is
questions you
I
this
have
is
got
a
to
very
questions.
bad
ask.
Hold on.
this is a very
Hold
bad
on.
excuse. Hey, through
Hold
the
on.
mic, if I
And
can
when
respond
life
to this
Hold on
really
real
real
quick.
quick.
Hold on real
hits,
quick. I got questions. Didi. So are you
yeah,
saying
sure.
that most women or most married women are being deceived by their husband into a struggle love situation?
I'm not going to say that most women are being deceived into a struggle love situation. I would say that the Black community promotes struggle love situations. Whether or not I'm not in everybody's relationships to say what they're enduring.
Okay.
However, speaking from my own experience, I've endured struggle love. It didn't get me anything. You know what I'm
Let me
Trigger
saying?
let me
Mike,
let me let
Trigger
me
Mike,
give
can I
let me
say
give this.
something real quick, please? I have
That's
something
an
to say about that.
oxymoron, but go ahead, Ikene.
Real quick.
Ikene, real quick.
Yeah, yeah,
Let's
Nah,
go.
yeah. And
nah.
Let's try it out.
I'm
Let's
gonna
do
be
it.
sober. I'm gonna be sober in this conversation because the reason why is this, right? I've said it many times. What she said is very concerning if you guys read in between the lines. But it's a mistake that today's women make often and often. You're not supposed to vet a man. We've said this many times. When we say marry young, yes, marry young, but don't go vet a man to marry young. You take that man to the man in your family. Your father, your uncle are the ones that are going to know if this guy is somebody that can be a good husband, both financially, physically, and security wise. They know that those are things you can't know at the age of 20. You can't know those things at the age of 30. You're a woman. You're not built to do this. You're not built to vet a man's capability. So when you say, "Oh, these are mistakes I've made," yes, that's mistake you've made. You're
I mean,
supposed to make
Ekene,
those.
I have an active family. I have plenty of uncles that are very active in my life, and even my father and my stepfather were very active in my life, and they even met him and all of that good stuff. And nevertheless, when someone is
Did they
deceptive
vet his
and they
I was
have,
like, did
finances?
they choose him
and
though?
I
That's
can
what he
honestly
said.
say that they didn't do it. I don't think they knew.
Men can't deceive men when it comes to finances. Men can
God is
easily
muting your
deceive
mic,
men.
Didi.
Men can't deceive men when it comes to finances because we know
You don't
a
know
guy that
what.
is going to be.
You don't know exactly what somebody make. Are you going to ask them to see their pay stubs?
Men know men that are going to make it and that are going to be
Okay, and
foolish in the
tell
street.
you that
We do know that.
if I tell you that I'm a disabled veteran or something, and I tell you I'm at a
Yes.
certain percent, you're automatically thinking, oh, okay, well, you at least pulling in such and such
But guess what?
per
It's a
month.
stupid of a man to
Okay,
even ask you and rely on your income because a man doesn't, is not supposed to ask you, how much do you make as a woman? A man's supposed
that's
to
not
bring
what I'm
that
saying.
money
Well,
first.
you're
No,
not listening
that's
because
not what she said.
that's
But
not what I said.
Okay.
let's tailor the conversation like this. So who else? True Table, go ahead, get in on this. Is struggle love a false narrative or is it a justified fear for most women?
I would think that, how do I want to answer this? I think it's a false narrative, but what I will say is that the Black community has a very particular set of financial situations in this country. And a lot of the times is because of did I lose you guys? Am I frozen?
No,
go ahead. We can still hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're good. Go ahead.
Lagged on that side. I've often said that the Black community, when you're going to deal with someone in our community, you have to be aware of the financial landscape. It is a different landscape. And with that said, struggle love is just, I think, a term we use to the young lady's point. If you're going to meet somebody in your early 20s and potentially go down the road of marrying them, you may encounter certain financial situations, but that also depends on what Ikene was saying. How did this relationship come about? Were the families involved? Was there an actual passing of this woman to the man and vice versa? Our community does a lot of things backwards. We apply dating application to marital practices, and it just doesn't work that way. A lot of the situations that our women end up in are because they're choosing their own men, and they assume that they know what they're looking for and don't have
there it is.
So I don't think it's I think it's fair to say it's fearful, but you wouldn't be fearful if you were really covered. It's kind of hard to say that and be truthful behind it. Because if you were actually loved and protected correctly, you wouldn't have a fear of meeting a man and then potentially having a successful relationship, because it's a surrounded, supported kind of situation. But I digress.
See, I agree with Truth Table. I agree with that, and I'm going to be real quick. See, for me, definitions in the vernacular of the community matters. I think struggle love means different things to different people. Like if me and the wife or a woman had a plan, and then we fell on hard times and we were struggling, that's a form of struggle love. Do you quit on, does a woman quit on the man? Does he quit on her?
No.
Depends on, does she have faith in him to get them back on track? And can you stick it out for 6 months or a year?
Yeah.
And that's the key. I mean, that's one of the keys. So it depends on, if the man is struggling beforehand, then maybe your vetting process as a woman is, I don't marry this guy.
Correct. Or guess what? Sometimes I think what happens too is we bring a lot more to the table that needs to be taken care of than we actually admit that we're bringing. Like sometimes women get married and they bring a child along or 2 kids. And that man's one job that he did well taking care of himself. But now when you put it all together, if we're not submitting and putting everything in one pot, it's not working, because sometimes we're not willing to do that. So that will cause a struggle, because now this man who was good at taking care of himself, and he may even be good at taking care of you, but now we got 2 extra ones that we got to take care of, but you're not willing to put 100% in. So he's not willing to put 100% in because maybe they weren't his kids or what have you, and things of that nature. I think a lot of times in the Black community, we just don't know how to do relationship.
Oh, that's definitely what it is.
Yeah, I thought so.
Let me add something to what she just said.
Damn, Igor, shit.
Okay.
Give me a minute. Give me a minute. I got you. I
was going to say what I want to go say something to what she just said, but I can go ahead. Then I'll talk next.
Nah, just go get you some water. I ain't got nothing to say.
I'll go. Then I'll answer.
This is.
Go ahead. I'll go ahead, Ikene, and then I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Okay, this is what I'm about to say, right? I don't know why, and I can't understand, and I can't fathom how single mothers bring kids to a single man without children household and demand that the man rise up to the occasion. That is the biggest entitlement in America. You bringing a child or kids to a man with no kids, and you demanding that the man should be a man. How am I going to be taking care of somebody else's responsibility and legacy? One thing that we don't understand in this life is this. I got to say this to women out there in the world. A man's greatest achievement on earth is not the money he made, but the kids he has that came out of his balls. Not another man's kids, not adopting a child, adopting a child. The kids that came out of his balls are his legacy. Because guess what? A man's legacy is the greatest thing that he has. Nobody. I don't like how people shame men for this, telling a man, you ain't man enough, you ain't this. No, my kids are my kids. Somebody else's child is somebody else's child. You don't shame me to raise somebody else's child. You don't shame me to be a father, to step up the game on somebody else's legacy, not my legacy.
But
My legacy is my no. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about to you, SB directly.
No. I'm just saying to what you're saying. If a man offers and wants to marry a woman and give her his last name, and she humbly accepts that, knowing that she got 2 kids and he wants to take that on, he's doing it as a man. And he says, okay,
no, he's not doing it. No, I disagree. He's not doing it as a man. He's doing it because the society has shamed men. When I came to this country, right? I'll tell you this, SB. When I came to, no, you don't know about that, but I'll tell you, because a lot of men, I know you don't know, but men are dying. A lot of men are dying in this country because they've been shamed to undertake a project that willingly they will never do. I'm telling you for real.
No,
because guess what?
Yeah, I'll say this.
I agree.
Hold on. I'll say this. So this is something that actually, because we have to also admit that a lot of men step up to be stepfathers. But I agree wholeheartedly with the first part of what you said, because really what it is the audacity of women to feel like they're entitled.
Correct.
That is the part that's really egregious, because listen, we've seen it in, like, let's say the Nigerian community. I've seen it too, where a dude gets stuck over there and he can't, and the woman is in America and they got 2 kids. That when that woman got remarried, she literally did it like in a whole ceremony, got on her knees and said, these are your children. You run this whole house. We will follow all it. Like, she humbled herself to say, I will not let these children burden you where they should not, like all that type of stuff. Most women aren't that humble. Most women go into it like, well, you're supposed to blank. And I'm not. That part is egregious. That part I absolutely agree with. There are men. So we also got to realize there are men that are willing to take on the responsibility of that, because if we want to be real, it's kind of normal in the Black community anyway, right? It's kind of normal now to, if your mom was a single mother, you might be more inclined to be like, I'm not really worried about that. People make mistakes. There's a lot of dudes like that. It's just the part, and to be real, I know a lot of women that do it the right way, that literally they go to him and say, no, we're working together. I'm not putting any burden on you. They make the children accept this man's leadership totally, to the point where unless they told you, you didn't even know they weren't his kid. You know what I'm saying? So those people
Trigger Mike, for the first time, I'm going to disagree with you. For the first time, I've never done this before, but I'm going to disagree with you, okay? Let me say this to you. When I first came here, right? When I first came here, I got to tell you based on my observation, there are 3 things that I noticed right away. And they were all 3 propagandas. Number 1 was the movie industry. Number 2 was the government. And number 3 was the church. What they did was that they promoted men to accept women with kids. At the very first time I came here, I knew this was a propaganda. They started preaching it in church. They did it on the Hollywood movie. Then the government promoted it. So what they did was to make men to emasculinate themselves and accept women with kids. And you know why? Because 50 years ago, 70 years ago, men would not do that. Men that would do that were low single digits. I'm talking about 2-3%. Or 4% of men will do that. Excuse me, let me finish. Because you know what I'm saying, that if you no, let me finish. Because if that was the case, it would have been universal. You don't go to Middle East. Let me finish. You're in America. You only know about America. When you go to Middle East, you don't bring that to the people in the Middle East. In Nigeria, you don't bring that. In Nigeria, you know how you bring it in Nigeria? Let me explain it, because this is not universal. America is big in church and Hollywood. That's why men always go into propaganda. I'll tell you why. In Nigeria, when my auntie had a child, right? That's in her first marriage. When she went to the second marriage, you know what she did? She left her son with my
I know.
grandfather
I know.
to raise because she can't bring another man's legacy to another man's house.
I agree.
Ekene,
So
we agree with you, but
I was gonna say we don't really disagree. We don't
we're
really
here in
disagree.
America, though.
But
And
I was gonna
let me just say this real fast, Mike.
go ahead.
I'm telling you, black men back in the day, because I was back then, was universally stepdads all over the place.
Yeah.
But they were praised for it.
Mm-hmm.
Just like everything else that went decadent, so did being a stepfather, because the women stopped being appreciative and became entitled.
Well,
Right.
you gotta give more context to that though.
I was gonna say, Ikene, we don't actually disagree with each other.
Wait, you talking to me, Truth Table?
Yes.
Let me. What do you mean by that?
What I mean is that it wasn't solely based on the condition of the woman. We had a community mindset back then. See, we understood. We understood that it wasn't about just the kids. It wasn't about her failed marriage or whatever it may be. It was the community. That's the difference. Now we don't have that. We don't have that as a foundation. So it never was a good deal to begin with, but it was better to keep the community intact. Had nothing to do with the one-dimensional relationship.
Exactly.
It goes back. It goes. Wait. It goes back. It goes back to the. It goes back to the previous question of what women used to value back then. Though, what did the women used to value back then? Back then, it was principles, characteristics, and values. Versus now, it's more money based. And I think that's a huge difference as well. If they're just all about the money, but they got these kids, they're getting resources from their father. They're looking for the next man to provide those resources as well. It's not more about the principles and values about that man. It's just about the resources and the money.
And so, Ikene, there's also, this is the part, because when I'm thinking about what I know about it, just growing up here, there's so many nuances to why men are stepdads in America. It's baffling. So we understand from other countries that the community will lambast you if you're a man that don't take care of your kids. They will go find your ass and make you. That's not what happens here. A dude goes off to Vietnam and just doesn't come back. And then all of a sudden you see him one day on the street and he's a crackhead now. That's what was happening here. So I think in the beginning, it was honorable to step in for the absence of a man in totality. The part I do agree with you with is it's a very hard situation when the man is still around. That's the part I actually don't even like, where it's like you're using a stepdad against the real father. Like that's the part where I'd be like, yo, y'all are wilding. But in this country, we've seen something I don't think the world has ever seen, where a man could be completely absent and nobody knows where he's at.
Correct.
That's right. Refuse to raise his kids, and then now it's another man's responsibility. That's what I don't like.
That's not really
And guess what?
A lot of places.
It's rewarding bad behavior. A man is alive, and I have to take care of his children. What the hell will I be doing that for?
You don't have to take care of. Don't marry.
No, they shame you. I'm telling you, Hollywood. Guess what, Mr. Payne? You don't understand how much. No, Mr. Payne, hold on. You don't understand how much this damage is done by movies. No. I'm coming. You're not getting it. You know. That's what I'm. Okay, but
get him, Ikene.
But guess what? This is what you do. No, I got to tell you, you have a choice, but you don't understand what is called propaganda. Let me finish.
The propaganda, the propaganda,
Propaganda is very powerful.
Propaganda is making you marry a woman with kids.
Okay, let me tell you this. When you go, I'm going to answer you if you let me talk. If you let me talk, Mr. Payne. If you go into a church and you have a pastor that you trust with your life and faith, tells you that you should accept a woman with kids, and you leave that church in the morning and get home and it's on a television, what do you think that does to your mind? It messes. I got to tell you, you might be strong. You might be strong as a man. Not every man out there has that strong heart to reject propaganda. There are men that soften themselves.
Women with kids because of the priests. They like the box.
Oh my goodness!
And they go ahead and marry these chicks with these kids because they're enamored with the woman.
Do y'all remember the Brady Bunch?
Yeah. Oh, right. The most famous white stepkids in the 60s.
Bunch.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
Brady
yeah,
Bunch.
But
yeah.
see, now they both had kids though.
But
They
I
both
That's
still,
did.
different.
I still
For a
think we're.
single man,
And
for a
wait.
single man with
They
no
both had
kids,
kids. They both lived under the same roof. They were both working
that's
parents.
not.
They had a maid.
That's
They made
fine.
it work.
But that's fine
But
because
I
They
they
think
made
both
it
that.
work.
both sets
EBD.
of
She put
parents
her
had
money in
kids.
the pot too.
I
She
A
put
think
her
that.
single
money in
man,
the
a
pot.
Remember,
single man with
They
I
don't do
said
that
no
man,
in black
man
no
without
households.
kids.
Right.
kids. I said
Do it
man
different. A
without
single
kids.
man with no kids, if he marries a woman with kids,
But
he
I think.
can't offload that to anybody else but himself.
But I think we're not giving any credence to the fact that this situation is still driven by the woman's choice and structure. She can offset her responsibility if she values marriage that much. She does not have to, nor is she forced to hold the custody of those kids primarily. She chooses that because if the man is alive, she can put custody on that man if she is trying to move forward with another man. What we do is that we don't ask nor do we demand a woman to even think on that level. We automatically just lock it in that these are her children. And I, as the man, as the honorable man in the way I is or whichever, I am supposed to now take on that. That's not
That's your choice.
but what I'm saying, it is your choice. I'm not disagreeing with you, RP. What I'm saying is that if women collectively understood that in order to move forward to have a next husband or to even have a husband in the first place, however these kids came about, I may have to make a superior sacrifice to move down the road. They don't do that because they know men.
Look at this real quick. Look at this real quick. True. And when you as a man said, okay, you know what? I'm not going to take you in because you have kids. You're supposed to send it to your baby daddy to raise those kids. Those are his kids. Guess what she's going to say? Man, I ain't shit.
No, okay, and she rejects you.
Yeah, but
I
let me
didn't hear what you said.
let me answer. Let me
That's
answer.
the rejection. She's going to reject you by saying that man, I ain't shit.
Or she
Let-
just don't have to be
To
with
the
you
next
Hang
one,
on.
man.
So
You know, I mean, that's what I'm saying. What are y'all talking about?
It's the
let me answer.
gaslighting.
Hang on.
Some men are weak. Not, I don't give a damn. If you say man, I ain't shit. The moment you
I got you.
somebody like me, I'm not going to get it.
What she say?
You know what?
Ikene?
But some men are weak. Those people we're talking to. We're trying to tell men that accept that. That's why we're here. Because for us, we're good. We're good. But there are men out there that we're telling, don't accept this. That's why we're on this channel.
Yeah.
But the
Well,
people, but the
Ikene,
main
what she gonna
people
say?
that you
Ikene?
complain about, but the main people in the community that you complain about are the ones who are raised by single mothers. So why not help stop the problem? Help bridge that gap by
Okay.
They
raising
don't.
Keep your legs closed.
I can
and
answer
then
that.
move on.
Wait. I can answer
Stop
that.
taking
I
those
can answer that.
stands, man. Stop taking that
That's
I can
what I'm
stance.
answer
getting
that.
at,
I can
Arcane.
answer
Come
that.
on now. The
I can
children
answer
are
that.
So come on, man.
You can
Wait,
say to
Mr.
your
Payne,
legs closed,
Mr. Payne, I can answer that. 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 Hang on.
The women are absolved of who they let enter their womb. It's
This is
ridiculous.
not absolving women. I'm just
Yes, you
saying that the
are.
children are there. And I'm making, but RP, I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that being a stepfather is honorable because it is
To
bridging the
who?
gap. If the
Hell
main
Who
people
said?
no.
Who
that
said that
Hell
complain about
shit?
no.
in the
What the
community are
hell are you
those who are
doing,
raised by
man?
single mothers,
Say hell
why
no,
not
Ikene.
help some of these single mothers out and give them husbands?
Okay.
No,
Y'all don't. Y'all don't even like to help pay
that's
bills.
the
Hold
worrying
up.
part
Hold
behind
up.
it.
Hold up.
That's exactly
Hold up.
this statement.
Why
This
did you
statement that
put
you
all
just
that
made
Hold
right
up.
now is the reason
Hold up.
why Trey don't want a
I can
wife.
answer that.
Hold on.
I can
That's why
answer
Trey
that.
doesn't want a
I
wife
can
because
answer
of
it.
this
What are you
statement.
going to
So
do with
that
the
is the
fatherless
entitlement.
children of today? What are you going to
You
do
said
with the
she.
Hold on,
fatherless
DD.
children of today?
Hold on.
She
That
just
is the
tried to shame
entitlement.
Ikene again.
Hold up. You're going to rile the
You
whole
see, that's
panel
what
up.
I'm talking
Relax.
about, and
She just
Mr.
tried
Penn
to
is
Relax.
shame
defending
Ikene
them.
It's
again.
not an
Ikene.
entitlement. It's just what are you going to do
No.
with the fatherless children of today?
There
What are
is
you going to do
so
with them?
so
They're here.
this is
Send
the
them
you
to their
Mark
father.
Johnson narrative.
I can
Hold on,
answer
y'all.
that.
This is the you Mark
Whenever
Johnson
you're
If the
ready, I
narrative.
can
father is
answer
in
that.
a boarding house, then what?
So
Where
this is
Then
what we
blame
can't
yourself for having
this
a
is
child.
what
Then
we can't do. This is what we
you
can't
got
do.
3 baby mamas and
Everything
all
you're talking about,
them, you ain't gonna be able to take care of them kids.
you're supposed to be choosing
look,
right before you open your
the
legs. You
mic
make
is
sure the man
breaking up.
can raise the
God is
kids before you
spirit
start
again.
before you start having kids for a man that is broke and can't have a child. Why would you go and have a child for a man that you know that can't raise a child? That is bad. That is bad selection.
So I would say this just to that point, because that's the entitlement I think we were talking about. That's it right there. Why don't y'all just no? Because remember, it was not always just about the woman. Remember, some men were perfectly fine, and this is the word I can remember from my childhood using. Redemption, meaning the man is the redeemer. I love this woman. And remember, it can happen any way. It really, you find out she have kids. Maybe you already in love with her. Maybe you work with her, right? This is the table that has been set through this free land that we live in. But the entitlement to say, maybe y'all should, or, you can't, it has to be a man's choice. I take this woman to accept her and her children and everything that comes along with her. And men should be very careful to say, this woman will not disrespect the gesture that I'm making by putting anything on me that I can't handle, right? She will be fully present to support these children right along with me. That's the stuff we need to be hearing with as many single mothers as we have out here. If I don't hear that first, we should not be talking about men, wife, and single mothers primarily. Because the atonement, we don't even hear any atonement for your past mistakes at all.
Mike, let me ask you a question at this point.
Hell no.
Let me finish. What kind of vetting process should a man who's considering to marry a woman with kids from somebody else, should he go through with this woman so he could be assured that he'd have the responsibility and authority over those kids going forward? What kind of vetting process should he go through?
You see that? Our pain. We just told you we don't want them.
No. I'm trying to get to a solution because it's
we just gave.
Is that question for anybody? Our
your solution is
Our pain. The answer to that question, what would happen is you just need to ask her the traditional or the divine order of a household. It needs to be God, Jesus, man, woman, and children. And she needs to understand that it's an honor for you to ask her or to give her your last name. But she needs to know that nothing comes before the marriage. Nothing supersedes the marriage but God. So those children that are not his, they don't either. And if that's something that she cannot do, then that man would not or should not marry that woman. It needs to be understood, even though they're her kids, they cannot supersede the marriage. Nothing comes between the man and the woman.
And everything has to be in every
SBU.
And everything has to.
Children can't come first. If a man marries a woman and those children are not his, he's a God-fearing man, that order has to be represented and it has to be full.
But
this is what they say now. SBU, they say the kids come first, no matter what.
Well, then
what should we do?
Well, if she's telling you that from the beginning and you understand that is where she's coming from, that wouldn't be that's a red flag. That's somebody you can't marry, because otherwise they may be putting you out the house. If not that day, 10 years from now, you might have to go when that boy child gets 13 to 15.
And you'll be paying child support.
Just as big as, wait a minute, why would you be paying? They're not your, okay, I don't know.
Well, that's how the courts work.
I don't know.
I would say this.
That was during the Great Depression, our pain.
I would say this for the vetting. Wait. I would say this through the vetting process, right? Because in any relationship or marriage, especially, anything that is yours is no longer yours. It becomes ours. And if it's not ours, and if it's just yours, then first of all, then keep it yours. It's just you over there, me over here, right? When we come into a union, right, a holy union that we're talking about, which is the institution of marriage. Mm-hmm. Everything is ours. There's no longer just yours and mine. Everything is ours, and we operate from that standpoint. But what we have, we used to actually have and live by that and die by that. Our grandparents and great-grandparents, they understood this. Mm-hmm. It is only the modern generation that's all about me, my feelings, my this, my kids, my, you know what I mean? You hear my more than we and our, right? So even the actual nouns that we use to describe things are so selfish and narcissistic. Why would a relationship work? It's not going to work based on that. So men have always had to understand that they're going to have to share something with somebody in order to maintain and have a relationship or a marriage. They understand that with a woman, like, you're going to have to, it's going to, yes, this is my house, but you are a part of this, this relationship, and the house becomes ours, becomes a shared space. It may not be ours shared in quote unquote ownership, her name's not on this paper or that piece of paper, but when she comes into the house, she's in her home. It is understood that it is both of our homes where we both rest our heads, right? So that has to be the same with the kids as well, number one. And number two, I would say, is it possible? I would ask this question. The natural father of these kids, where is he? Because if he's dead and if he's just off somewhere, is there any chance of reconciliation between you and the father? Because that's going to be the most ideal, I would think. Whatever relationship issues or drama you had maybe 1, 2, 3 years ago, that's over now. So, I mean, is there a way to reconcile? Can you get over it? Can you apologize and say you're sorry and that these kids need you? Because that's probably the most optimal thing in the first place. You already know him. You already had his kids. Like, I mean, 4 or 5 years from now, do you see yourself getting back with them under any circumstance, right? Because if I die or if I kick it or I'm going to go to war, who are you going to go to next? I would rather you go back to the father of the children, work it out with them. I mean, when we all grow older, we grow more mature, we grow more wiser, we have regrets. We want to be with our children. So we want to be a nuclear family again. I mean, these are more solution oriented rather than just doing this guessing game of, should I or shouldn't I?
So EBD,
All right,
you're gonna tell the girl
we got a few new people.
Go
Let's
back
get
to
them
the
in
guy
there.
and test out the water and see if y'all can get back together.
I would because
see,
wait. I would. If you make kids with some other dude, right? If you make kids
that's
some other
before
dude,
you go with her though.
before I go with her, this is dinner.
Oh,
This
okay.
is like the first. No, this is the first dinner conversation that I like to have with women who have children. Hey, the guy that you make kids with, if he ain't dead or in prison forever or on death row or whatever, what's he doing? Are you still in contact with him? This and that. I like to get that personal relationship, because if this was 4 or 5 years ago that y'all broke up, I'm like, so why don't y'all get back together? Why don't y'all talk?
EDB, I got a question for you. EDB. Why would you deal with a woman that has a man on death row?
That is a good
question. She'll be single in a few months.
All right.
I have a question though. I have a question to the young man, to men.
Oh, go ahead.
Because this is happening a lot now lately. Y'all know we have this DNA testing and things like that. How do you all handle oops babies, meaning babies that you all had, or you impregnated a woman 5 years prior to getting married per se? You didn't know the baby was yours, but then now for whatever reason, the DNA test is in and that child is yours, but you've married another woman and neither one of you all had children. Now you have a child that your wife didn't want. So what is the expectation of the woman at that time? Should we all just be open and loving and happy? Should you go try to get the baby? What should actually happen?
You want to take this? I'm joking. I don't know if he got any, but
Ashton, is that question for you?
You just described my worst fear.
I'm telling you, I was just sitting. I was like, what if?
So listen, this is not only a tailored question for me. I literally check.
Okay.
Like I've checked Facebook accounts and be like, who is this baby? Like, you see what I'm saying? So there's one person, there's one left. She got married and deleted all her Instagram. She has no Facebook, no nothing. And my wife, it all started when my wife made a joke once and was like, man, what if you had a kid out there? And I was like, man, stop playing. And then I got in my head like, oh shit. Man, I was like, I ain't gonna lie. There's one person that I was like, nah, because that kid would be like 14.
17.
Yeah,
listen, this is a real thing. This is a real thing.
Let me tell you. So I would be pissed. I'd be pissed because that would be one of those things where you know exactly how to get in contact with me. You left the baby from me. It's not it's not me trying to absolve myself of any responsibility, but I would just have to let my wife know, you married me because I have these characteristics. You know that if I had a child, I would want to be there for said child. I have been left out of this child's life, and you know I'm not that type of father to our children. I need you, and you know you really got to play the game at that point to say, you know, I will not let this child go without. Now that I know about them, I cannot. Unfortunately, I've seen it even with good women. They'll try to isolate the kid. What it really did was mess up our perfect picture. Yes. But you already know I don't get down like that.
But how would that make you feel though, Trigger? If that situation happened, like how would that make you feel, honestly?
I would be. That means she left the child. I would be pissed, infuriated. Because think about it like this.
You left my child out.
I know that child. Think about it. What happens when a child don't have his dad? You see what I'm saying? Or the child is completely bonded with another man, but I'm
Yes.
his biological father.
Yes.
And this is that. Let me try to get a little deep with it. This is where that child might have issues with me for no reason, simply because, well, mama, it doesn't matter what mama did. You should have looked for, kids don't understand everything all the time, but I know what would piss any child off in that situation. Seeing the way I am with my kids, that would piss that kid the hell off. So this is my real daddy, and he saw these kids good enough to take care of like that. What about me? What's wrong with me? I feel like that would give a child, at least, in the back of their mind, lingering, like, did you secretly know about me and ignore me? Or,
Yep.
So
they feel they feel
But
okay. So I can kind of speak to this, right? Because I raised my daughter till she was 5, and then her mother left me, took my daughter with her across the United States to live with some other dude that she met on the internet. That's for Jerry Springer. But anyway, she comes back into my life at 15 years old. We kind of rekindle, but I wrote her letters. I tried to call, but the mother's not having it, right? So at 15, when she became 15 years old, I left my social media out there. I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitter. So she found me on Twitter. She found out my real name. My daughter finds out my real name through some, divorce paperwork, things like that. She finds my real name. She looks me up on Twitter and says, "Hey," I'm like, "Hey, I think you're my dad, right? This is your name, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, this is daddy." He's like, "Oh, okay." And then we start talking and catching up, and then she's catching a flight back to me, and then we're, trying to make up for lost time. But till this day, right now, she feels that I abandoned her. She feels that I left her.
Damn.
She feels.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
How come you didn't use the system, the courts, the cops, and everything else to get to that mother to do that?
Because he did
Well,
a
when
bad
she
thing.
wait, I'll answer. So when she left, the day she left, I took him. I found out, and I took my car, my Nissan Maxima 96, my 200. She took all my money out of a bank account, except for $200 on a little gift card, and I took that gift card, gassed up my car, and I went after them. So I drove all night. They went to a motel and slept and had all that. They were leaving for the rest of their lives. I'm leaving to catch up with my daughter. My daughter is missing. She's gone. My ex-wife, well, soon to be ex-wife, took her from me. That's what I'm thinking. I'm getting to my daughter. So now I rested up in Georgia where my mom lives, and in South Carolina where they are. I take my car there and be like, "Hey man, I went to the police." I'm like, "Hey, my daughter has been stolen from me by the mother, this and that, da, da, da. I'm sitting there for a few hours, and then I get back. They get back to me talking about, well, she's claiming that you abused her or this and that, and I'm like, well, that's crap. But it doesn't matter like whether it's true or not. That what matters to the police is that she said it and that she did this thing. So when we're talking about going through the courts, that's later on down the road that I got child support order, this and that. But we're talking about I'm living in Texas, which is central to South Carolina, which is East Coast. So she's taking her across the country, right? She's taking her across the country to some other dudes that she's got a relationship with. My daughter doesn't know him. But this is what I'm saying. When the child comes back, when the child is old enough and comes back, what they feel though, what they're feeling is you were gone. You were not here. I remember I have these memories of you, and then to a certain point they stop. Like, where did you go? What happened? And I explained everything to her. Like, your mom, up and left and took you with her. But she still has this resentment towards me because she feels like I abandoned her and I never came to get her.
No, I wouldn't bleed your whole story online, my brother. But because these things do happen. But I'm watching Miss Lauren in the back chat speak to this, and this particular narrative really does bother me because our people do not educate themselves on how the judicial system works, especially in family law. The assumption is that if a man loses custody, he didn't fight, and that is so far from the truth. The way this works, and I would educate more people to read, or even if you have time, go sit in a family law court. You can go anytime. They have them all the time. They get money for every case they build and every case they create. Child support is a multi-hundred million dollar per state machine. It's just what it is. They bank on the fact that even if you do fight, by base level, you need at least $6,000, $8,000 to $10,000 to even start to fight. And lawyers will tell you that they cannot guarantee that the custody structure you seek is even going to change the narrative of the support, because it doesn't eliminate the support, it just lowers it. So, DBD, I appreciate you being honest, and just that irritated me that Miss Lauren is in the back, calling you all kinds of names and stuff. That's just not fair.
The
chat doesn't face me at all.
Hold on, DD, because I got smoke too. I got smoke too. I got smoke. Y'all hold up. I got smoke.
I got a serious issue with this.
Remember,
Here's my issue. Here's my issue with this. You women get into these fucking relationships with these men, and it doesn't work out, and you take his child away from him, and then you want to put him in a position where he's got to chase after you and go find you just to be a goddamn dad. No, that's not how it works. If you want to take the child out of this person's life, that's your choice that you made. Stop trying to make these fathers have to fight for their kids. A man should never have to fight for a child that's his. And as far as I'm concerned, if you're dealing with me, you better be lucky, because my response is going to be fuck them kids. That's exactly what I'm going to say. If you take that child out of my life, undeservingly, there's only three reasons. Wait till I'm done. Wait till I'm done.
That's where his
If you take that child out of that man's life, you only have 3 reasons to take that child out of that man's life. If that man,
Didi, we can hear the man. We don't know the man's story. We don't know the man's story.
We just heard the story. If she's still saying he didn't fight,
you have 0 reason to take that child out of that man's life, and you guys do this dumb shit all the fucking time, and then you want to get upset when a man says fuck them kids and move on. No, that's what you do.
Nah,
you
Trigger, let them go, because she
Let them go. We can hear both of them. Let them go. We can hear both of them.
Who gives a fuck about the mother? I don't give a fuck about what the mother did. If the child is who
y'all are trash ass women. You're trash ass women.
She just heard EBD whole story and say he didn't fight. Let this shit ride, Trigger.
Trying to use the court system to go fight for a child that he should never have to fight for.
Hold on, Trey. Hold on.
My daddy didn't fight for me.
All
That's
right.
what her point is.
Hold it down. Let me ask a question. Why should he have to fight at all?
Oh God.
Because that's his kid.
So, okay.
That's his legacy.
Okay, wait. Woman does what she wants, leaves either illegally or on a whim, usually out of emotion and usually to hurt him. Why isn't it her fault that she is not encouraging a relationship based on proximity to the father? Since without him, the whole family is really not really working.
All y'all are not stable enough to have these type of relationships. And some of y'all be thinking that, somebody left a perfectly good man. By the way EBD talk, you can tell he been problematic in that relationship. And it's probably some evidence in there.
What the fuck does that have to do with him being a father? It don't have nothing to do with him being a father.
He's hard to get along with.
It has nothing to do with him being a father.
Hold on.
Take his child.
So two things. So wait. So two things are true. Two things are true. Wait. Both things are true.
Nah, EBD.
No. I got it. No, I heard what she said. I heard what she said.
All right, one mic.
No. Wait a minute. How long, Trey? Because EBD, it don't matter if you was a bad father or not. She took money out your bank account and she went across the country. That's fucked up.
Right.
That's fucked up, EBD.
It is.
I don't give a damn how bad of a father you was. She had no balls to go in your bank account, and then she went across the country.
His daughter wanted him to fight.
Hold on. I got another question, Didi. Hold on.
And then turn around and tell you that you didn't fight for your child. That's fucked up, EBD.
Hold on. Let me ask this question. This is another question, because this is really interesting how a woman can do this, and yet the only person we got smoke for is the dad. I need clear and concise, everybody in the chat, and Didi, all the women in the chat. When it comes to child custody, child battles with custody or whatever, co-parenting, what are women doing wrong? That's the only question. Because there ain't no way we can just talk about men when y'all are the ones with custody. What are women doing wrong in this situation?
Yeah, Trigger Mike, let me respond to what you just said right now. And what
I
she
just
also
asked
just said.
Didi. Speaking of, I just asked Didi.
No,
What
Didi,
are
before
women
Nope,
doing
let
wrong?
go
Igade
ahead.
talk.
No, Didi, go
Nah,
ahead.
hell no, Egan, be quiet.
What are the mothers doing wrong in what situation?
Aston, in my community, you don't tell a man that is older than you to be quiet, okay?
Can I
That's
answer
how.
that question?
Please
Yes,
do.
ma'am.
Please do.
What the mothers are doing wrong is they take ownership of the children, and for some reason they think that the children are their possession and that they can control everything that happens within that child's life. They actually dismiss the fathers and act as though the fathers had nothing to do with the child. So that is what we're doing wrong. Instead of building, you remember I said earlier, we don't do relationship very well. That's in most areas in our life. Instead of women building with the child's fathers, their husbands or whatever, they prefer to, tear apart because that man doesn't do the things that they want that man to do, or they don't do them like they feel like they should do them. So they say, even though they had a child with them, they say, oh, he ain't hitting on this no longer. He is inadequate. He doesn't do this. He doesn't do that. Instead of building with him because he is 50-50 on the child, they take away the child, control the child, and dismiss the man. So that's what we're doing wrong.
The fact of the matter is that women are using these children as bargaining chips. These are business deals to these women. They don't give a damn about these damn children. They could care less.
Exactly.
Typically, the only person who
That's
actually
it.
gives a shit about the kid is the father, because the only person who's
Yes.
actually fighting to see the damn child is the father. The woman has taken the child away from the father, and then you want to shame and guilt the man for, well, why didn't you do this? And why he should never have to. You should be trying to cultivate a relationship with that father from the beginning. You should say, listen, it hasn't worked out between us. However, it is vitally important to her security, her survival, that you are a part of her life. And if you're not there, she's going to suffer. I think every statistic has proven that children that are raised without a father in their life tend to suffer. I am one of them. I grew up without a father. It was rough as hell. Now, do not understand these women who want to make these decisions about their children without the father, and then put the fathers in positions where they've got to fight tooth and nail, got to hire lawyers, spend tens of thousands of dollars just to see their kid, and they want to make it seem like it's their fault. You took the kid away. You did this nonsense. And then you got some guys who, like me, will say, fuck that child. It is what it is. And move on with their life. And then you want to call him, a deadbeat. He's not a damn deadbeat. His child was taken away from him. It was taken away from him. That's not a deadbeat.
And you're just
Y'all
like
are
you're saying,
trash
fuck the
ass
kids.
women, and then when we get on these
You're not a
streams,
trash ass
you get
mother
women to come
if
on these
you
streams and you
remove
want to
your child
defend
from
Of
an
course,
trash
you
unfit
guys
ass
are
father,
women.
trash ass
father.
Tired
women.
of y'all,
If he
bro.
was a
I'm
fit
sick of
father,
y'all.
Aston,
Wait a
he would
minute.
have custody.
Aston wants to speak.
If he was a fit
Aston,
parent, he would have custody or visitation.
I mean,
He would have
So
fought back,
listen,
but he didn't.
I
I
just
got a
heard
All right,
question.
one
I got
mic,
Eden's
one
another
mic.
story.
question.
yeah,
I got another
I just
question.
heard.
you guys
So,
never let Aston speak.
All
Let
right,
Aston
one mic.
speak.
SBU. Go ahead with your question.
oh, I was just going to ask the question because Miss D is saying a lot of things. I was just going to ask her to let us know what the parent needs to look like that she would approve of, because he was the person that she actually slept with. So when did the disapproval actually pop in, and that became the issue for the man in any case? Because a lot of times, and I wanted to say this to Trey, a lot of times it's not even about the money. They just really want the child and run away. It's not about child support and anything. They just don't want that man in their lives anymore. And they will run away with the child. I've seen it happen several times. We was even involved in a situation somewhat like this. So it does happen, but I do want to hear about this good parent. I want to know what that looks like that would be acceptable to Ms. D. Ms. D, can you tell us what's the acceptable father?
I mean, you asked a loaded question. You said, oh, what happened that made him not an acceptable father? As if I know this man and I was in their relationship. This is what you need to ask his baby mama.
No, I thought we was talking
Then
about you.
don't
I thought
assume
you
he's a
said
deadbeat.
that.
Then you made the assumption that he's a deadbeat.
No, that's what I said about EBD based on my
You made
observations
the
and
assumption, but you don't
interactions with
know
him.
shit else. But you can
Based
make the
on my
assumption that
interactions
he's a
with him, I
deadbeat, though.
said that he is
Did you
hard
hear
to
that,
get along with.
Econet?
Let me finish
Whatever,
my
man.
point. Excuse me. I said based on my interactions with him, he is very hard to get along with. and that is probably a key indicator.
And you
of
still
some
made an
things.
assumption that he's a
And I
deadbeat. But
said,
now you
And she got pregnant by him.
man, please get out of here, man. Get out of here.
That's an assumption.
He said that he
That's
did
a-
not
No,
fight
it's
for
an
his child.
assumption.
No,
You made an
honey,
assumption.
this is an educated.
Get
This
out
is
of
an
here.
educated
A
assumption.
hypothesis
Okay?
is for
This
science.
is
It wasn't
based on
shit
giving
educated
information,
about that
baby.
assumption.
Based
You
on
made
giving
an
let me
information, he
assumption,
said he
and
didn't
you
fight
me
for
because
his
you
put
didn't
child.
like what he's
He
Hang on, I
said
got a
that if
question.
he had
Question.
wanted
Question.
y'all
Question.
to
Hang on.
let
Question.
me
to go
Question.
fight for
Question.
his kid.
I got a question. I got a question. I got a question. I got a question for
for.
Didi. Got a
His
question for
daughter's
Didi.
opinion is he didn't
Hang
fight
on.
for.
Hang on.
Didi, he
I
got a
got
question
I
for
got a
you.
question. Hang
Sure.
on. Hang on. Is a mother that takes away a child from the father a good mother?
Depending on what she took the child, what the father is. What the father
Well,
is.
of course, that's going to be, it
That's a
depends,
case
but
by case basis.
just generally, is a woman that takes a child
I'm
away
not
from
gonna
the
say no
father a good
generally because
mother?
it's case by case. Because yes, if it is for her safety, for the children and her safety, absolutely.
She cannot unilateral. She cannot
Okay,
If it's for
unilaterally.
her
okay.
betterment,
I
and
got
if
I
it's
got
for
a
her
quick I got a
betterment,
question.
Y'all in
Excuse me, guys.
danger.
I got a
Just
question
like
for
that. This
Didi.
is the dumb shit I'm talking
Trey,
about
Trey,
that women
Trey,
do.
Trey. That's
All
okay.
of a
Trey,
sudden,
that's
your
okay.
child is in
absolutely.
danger. All of a
Didi,
sudden.
this is my
Wait,
question for you.
wait a minute. Hold on.
Didi, this is my
Bro,
question
this is
for you.
craziness with these women,
EBD,
bro.
one second.
This
EBD,
is
1 second.
craziness with these women. All of a sudden, the
EBD,
child is in
thank you.
danger all of a sudden.
Trey,
Oh,
one
you big
second.
man.
Trey. EBD, real shit. Thank you for telling your story because
No
I
problem.
have this argument with a lot of people that think they daddy just up and left and a
Right.
deadbeat and don't give a fuck about them. And they
Right.
tell me their story and I'm sitting up there. It sounds like your mama fucked up and did this shit on purpose and they want to fight me. The fact I'm trying, I openly tell you that it sounds like your mama lied to you. I could have just let the shit ride. You get what I'm saying? But I stuck my
Right.
neck out and you want to fight
Son's
me.
husband.
And that's a story that I'm willing to stick my neck out for people that actually think that they daddy up and left. And I have heard that story multiple times growing up, and it really pissed me off. But I'm glad you said this shit online. And the fact that you said she stole your money, went across town, and Didi still sitting up here saying you didn't fight hard enough. That shit burned my soul.
She called him a deadbeat, bro.
A deadbeat too.
I have a question. I have a question for Didi.
EBD.
SB, go ahead. SB, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
SB, go ahead.
But EBD, one last thing. How did she hear?
Oh, hang on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Reverse the question to get the answer.
I'm sorry.
No, SB,
You meant what I just asked?
again. Ask that
What I
question
just
again.
asked.
SB.
So what I just asked was, is like, does a woman taking a mother from her father make her a good mother? And so when we reverse it, saying, hey, does a man taking a child away from her mother, a good father?
Can I speak to that for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm down here in Florida. Thanks for letting me on. Mike, am I the first white guy you had on your show?
Nope.
Nah.
Nope.
Well, in a long time, but go ahead.
But that actually happens here a lot in Florida is the mothers do get taken away.
May very well be the whitest. Maybe not the first white, but the whitest.
I've got too many dang lights on. I'm outside. I got too many dang lights on, so I look a lot whiter than I am. You can tell.
And it's still daytime in Florida.
What's that?
It's not.
No, it's not.
Man, can
so what happened?
So
what happened?
Yeah, he has a question. Let him talk. Let him talk, please. Let him
There is.
chat.
You would be amazed at the amount of mothers that get their kids taken away from them and put to their fathers here in Florida. I'm actually extremely amazed. I know at least three fathers that my daughter's friends with their daughters that they go to school with, that parents live with their fathers. And that's another thing that surprises me in here in Florida is you'd be amazed at how many women get arrested for domestic violence. And that's all across the board. It don't matter what color, race, where you're from or anything. That's all across the board on all of those. So
I guess that's why they don't like Florida and they don't like DeSantis, because you guys do some shit to women over there, so they run away from Florida.
I'd rather live in Florida with DeSantis. I can't say he would do good for president, but as far as
he's not good for president, but yeah.
I wouldn't.
But let me ask this question, because this thing is burning me really bad. Didi, I got a question for you. So, if Trey doesn't fight for his daughter, or if Trey fights for his daughter, but then they deny him custody, does that make Trey a bad man?
You know she left.
Let me tell you.
Oh,
Let me tell
wow.
you
Oh,
something.
Sharon.
Ekene, let me tell you something. Because
Go ahead.
when I watched her read that, this is the common consensus amongst men. This is, amongst women when they do this. I have been accused of being a deadbeat because my daughter's mom took me to court, and I refused to go along. I refused to go
Oh,
along
no
with the
smoking
court
on
proceeding.
camera.
Hang
I'm
on,
sorry,
man.
no
Hang
smoking on
on. Hang
camera.
on.
No, Trey,
Hang
hold
on.
on.
Hang
I'm talking to
on.
Didi. No
Hang
smoking on
on.
camera.
Okay, well, let me
Nah, no
finish.
smoking cigarettes on camera.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Trey.
When you refuse to go along with these situations, you always will get some sort of label. He's a deadbeat. He's this. He's that. When in actuality, you should never be in a situation in the first place. At the end of the day, there's only a few reasons for why you should even be taking a man to court. If that father is abusive, yes. That father has abandoned his child, absolutely. And if that father has neglected his child, absolutely. But if you have an active father, and just because you can't get along with him, or you can't negotiate and get the schedule you want, or you guys can't work out the money situation the way you want, that is no reason, and I mean zero reason, for you to be dragging men out of court or to be taking a child from one location and moving them. I've had to get in a car and ride with my brother down to Georgia to go get his son because his son's mother just decided, just up on a whim, just take him away. This is bullshit that these women do.
That's
I'm
true.
sick of seeing
But
women try to blame men for the nonsense that they do. It's not cool, and I'm happy to start to see a lot of these states like Tennessee are starting to work with these paternity tests. This stuff has to start to happen, because at some point in time we got to put a stop to this. These women are out of control, and then we get women like Didi who want to call EBDs a deadbeat. He's not a deadbeat. He's not a deadbeat. This woman took his child and went to the other side of the country, and then all of a sudden the onus is on him that he's got to do all this work just to be in his child's life. That's ridiculous.
Women can't even fight. What the fuck? Hold on. Well, let's look. Nikki been in the back for like ever. I'm gonna let her up. Let her get some words in. Let's get another female.
Women can't even fight. So how you? Oh my! How you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. How you doing, Nikki?
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay, beautiful. It's like 11:40 at night here, so y'all not gonna catch me on camera. I'm in bed. And this is my first time utilizing this platform, so if you can't hear me, just let me know. This has been a good discussion. What part of it are we at? What's the question? Exactly.
Oh wow.
We're still.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, we're on the fact that what is the reason that women take children away from men? What is the reasons behind that? I think that's where we were. Am I right about that, y'all? Or did I forget something?
Right.
And expect him to fight.
Okay, and I also see Trigger Mike's comment in the chat, which is hilarious. I would just say selfishness, and it is. I don't think that selfishness has a gender. Like anytime you're not putting the good of the child at the forefront, you lose. So regardless of whether or not that's the man or the woman, it's. Is someone else speaking? Okay.
No, go ahead. Finish your thought.
Yeah, that's the basic thing I would say.
I'm down with D right now.
I have a question for you, Nikki. I have a question for you. If you're a mother that takes away a child from their father, does that make that woman a good mother?
I would say no, those actions are not good actions. No.
Okay.
The thing that I would investigate though, like I'm not a man, so I can't speak from a man's perspective.
Right.
But I would take time to reflect as to how did I entertain a person that has these characteristics, and is there anything that I missed on onset that I could take accountability for with regards to choosing partners going forward? So like I look at the past to help me assess in the present tense how I could do better. It's not like, that person ain't shit. It's like, okay, this person is not a person that I would have liked to have children with. What were the signs that I did not pay attention to? What was my focus and my priorities, and how can I change that going forward? Does that make sense?
I think it does. It does. I'm glad you were able to. First of all, I'm glad that you're able to answer the question like clearly. But not only did you do that, you've added like context to as a self-reflection and holding oneself accountable, as in I was in this situation, that this is how it turned out. How can I do better? What did I miss? And I think that's the key point, right? When I was in this marriage with my ex-wife, you know, one of the things we did talk about, because when your woman's pregnant, you talk about the kid, you talk about all the things that they can and will be, and you know, oh God, you know, if we're this way when we're teenagers, can you imagine when she's like 17 and this and that? So we're talking about the what ifs of all life. And I'm like, you know, well, marriages don't last. And so what she said to me, you know, one of these times where we're, you know, just talking, it's, you know, well, I would never do that. I would, even if things didn't work out between us, I would never take your, you know, our daughter away from you. I don't believe in that, this and that. So we've actually had these conversations while in a relationship. Now, in my relationship, in my specific circumstance, it didn't work out too well between me and my wife. At that time, I was a different person, right? I was 23. So 23-year-olds do what 23-year-olds do. But I was a great father, because when I held my baby for the first time in the hospital, I mean, your life changes, right? Mm-hmm. So, you know, you become a different person. You're a father now. You're a father for the rest of your life. So you think and you behave accordingly, you know, to fit that role. So my mistake was that I thought at 23, 24 years old, you know, I'm a father at 19, but 23, 24, you know, she's like, well, why don't we get married? It's the best thing for our daughter. Da, 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 da. Our families would help us a lot more financially. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you know, maybe marriage isn't a bad idea. And I thought the logical thinking was that if I held my child for the first time and then all of a sudden now I'm in my father role and I'm never the same, I thought that if I did get married, that I would fall into the husband role the same way I fell into the father role, and I can be committed to just, you know, my wife, and I can fall, and then I can pick up the behaviors of being a husband and a good husband and things like that. But I mean, once I got married, nothing changed but that piece of paper that got signed. So my behaviors didn't improve as a husband and as a this and as a that. You know, me being a father stayed the same. My daughter never suffered for it. I picked her up from school, take her to school, this and that. She's always fed, go to, theme parks, stuff like that. But me being a husband wasn't on point. So, you know, that started to slip off. That never changed. I messed up. She got tired of it. One day, wakes up, takes my little girl, packs her bags, get into an SUV. And then this dude that she met with took a bus over here, and now they're taking an SUV way back to where he lives in across the country, South Carolina. And then I just wound up just chasing after him when I found out. When I got that call, I was at work, and I didn't know what to do. The first thing I knew what to do is check my account and be like, okay, and then I found out that the account is just gone. It's zeroed out. It was closed. So the only thing I did have was $200 on a gift card that my ex-wife gave me. And I thought that was weird. I'm like, why are you giving me $200? But she's like, oh yeah, this is what I'm leaving you. All of that money that you just got paid with, I'm taking that and the child, and we're gone. So
but EBD,
yeah,
you being a bad husband don't mean she need to take your child and move across the country.
I agree. Right. I agree. Now when I'm 20,
but the fact that you accepted it and owned up to it, that's what really showed me that you really want a bad husband. You probably slipped off your game a little bit, but the fact that you can openly say that shit, that we as men always do, take responsibility. That's what really pissed me off, EBD. I'm sorry.
I know. I got you. I completely understand, because the reason I tell this story so openly is for younger men to understand the mistakes that I made and the decisions that I made, and then the results of those decisions that I made at such a young age, and what to look out for, right? So even if you do find that woman, and even if you do get married, it doesn't mean things are always going to turn out right. It can turn out disastrous. And people need to learn from it. And I know I certainly did. That's why I always tell the story.
ABD, I got a question for SBU that's pertaining to your mother. That's your past mother. Mrs. SBU, if a man marries a woman, is he supposed to change his character just because he marries a woman? And then the next one, just a loaded question, but not complicated. When you got married, did your husband change from who he was before marriage?
No, he did not change. But my husband was already a husband before we got married. He wanted to be a husband, so he had the mindset of one. So far as him changing, later on in the marriage, I adapted to who my husband was. We kind of grew together. So I don't know if you want to consider that a change or not. His character was still the person that he was. He was not a thief. And then he became, after we got married, he was not a thief. None of that happened. He was that person that he was going to be throughout the marriage, but he got better as a husband, but he was a husband prior to me marrying him. He understood his role. He understood every part of it.
And what is the complication? Because the one thing I don't understand is this. As a woman, why do women always want a man to change from who he was before they got married?
Well, listen, I don't know if they always want him to change. I think sometimes they're not. We actually think that we can change men. We actually think we can do it because sometimes you actually think that good relationships should be reciprocated. If I treat you really good, I would think that you would treat me really good. But sometimes that is not the case. If a person doesn't have that particular kind of character or that makeup, no matter what you do or how good you are to them, they are not the one for you. That don't mean that they're not going to do whatever it takes to be with someone else. But for you, they may not make the cut. So I just think a lot of times women, we just have all in our mind. And you know what? We like to build a bear too. We don't mind fixing up a man thinking that he's going to be all of that to us. And, it never happens. So we don't do.
They like to change the man into their fantasy.
So, we don't do, if we're on our own, we don't do really well by ourselves. It's what you said. Women do need someone else to help vet other men and tell them those, because I know women right now that are marry a man who is a known cheater. They'll marry, even though he said, babe, I ain't gonna do it no more. He's a known cheater, cheated through all their relationship. And then they marry him and they absolutely think that he's not going to cheat anymore. Right. And then they'll say, once he cheats again, it might not be that first year that they find out. It might not be that second year, but whenever it happens, it's like, oh my God, my heart is broken. But you knew that he was that person. That's what we was going back to what Miss Dee Dee was saying. You got this really responsible guy prior to marriage, and then you marry him. He's not responsible anymore. That doesn't sound right. It sounds like, maybe he had some vices, gambling, drugs, or whatever prior. And, once he got with you and you got his back, now he's relaxing in it a little bit more because he doesn't have to do everything on his own. But I'm almost sure that those things were there prior. We just play the game like we don't see stuff or we don't take it serious. Again,
I got a question for you.
You don't do relationship with. Yes, sir.
You don't have to call me sir, by the way.
It's a habit. I'm from the South.
I know I'm from the South too, so I call everybody ma'am and
it's a habit.
I have a problem with it now because I might offend somebody. So so does what is EBD was talking about from his generation.
Even though
I don't know who that is, but so from EBD's generation, he's talking about 19 to 23. Do you think women typically want the bad boy that they can change into marriage material? Because I know, especially from the teens to 30 age, women kind of look, they might say they want personality. They might say they want this. They might say they want stability, but they go after the bad boy every time. That's why you see so many of these. I was talking in the chat a minute ago about a man proposing to a woman while he's getting arrested, going to jail or going to prison for 3 or 4 years.
Oh, goodness.
And it's like, okay, why, I remember the movie was like, never let your woman leave mad. Never. It was a prison movie. So,
you know what, Chad, I happen to think if a woman is going after a bad boy, she's a bad girl. So I think that's probably the equivalent. It's just that we don't look to women to be bad. We usually adore women and things that they do. We be like, no, she couldn't have done that. But they be just as ruthless as the men, but we just kind of overlook it because they're women. But they be bad girls also. And what I mean, and I hope this is what you mean too, they'll go shoplift, they'll smoke a little weed, they'll, that you might get arrested because they got too drunk on Friday night or whatever, things like that at a young age is what I would consider bad. But there's nothing, they're just not mature yet. They're just kind of having fun. That's what they would call it.
That's what I would call it too. I'm talking about more about the men that would be out partying till 3 o'clock in the night. I mean, I grew up around meth heads everywhere. So, the bad, oh, they're a meth head. They're over here. They're up here at this time. We're going to go out drinking, party until 3 o'clock in the morning while this other guy you know, doing electrical work is over
No, they're
here.
not gonna,
Hey,
they're
man,
not
I
gonna
don't have
like
time
you.
for that. I got to be in bed by 11. I got to be up by 6. And they're like, oh man, no, I'm not going to mess with you because I want to party, you know,
Right.
but they
So
also
I
want
agree with you.
and everything else. So, and that doesn't go across any.
No, that's everywhere.
But to your point, SBU, just last week, our Payne said he don't believe that women can manipulate men. There's no way.
I didn't say no such thing.
You did.
No, I didn't.
When we were talking.
No,
Okay.
no, I didn't.
Why you always
Yeah,
bagging out
he
and
did,
backpedaling, our
he did
Payne?
because we had to argue.
Thank
We
you,
argued
Econate.
about that. Yeah,
No,
well,
no,
he did.
I mean,
I argue with you. I argue you
those
down for
words out
30
of my
minutes, Payne.
I never said those words out of my mouth.
I can't wait to
Matter
catch
of
you at
fact,
the liquor store or something, Payne.
that's the person who can manipulate men or women.
I think that
So
I
I
think
never said
women can manipulate men
that.
easy because a lot of times women have something that men won't. So I think that could be done very easily.
So
So
don't misquote me on that one because I'm getting ready to put a piece out
Econate
exactly on that.
If women could
Econate,
manipulate
did
women,
our Payne say that?
No, I didn't say that.
Yeah,
women
he said,
could manipulate men, then
our
they're dead on
parents said that, and I remember we went on argument. We went in a tangent with that shit for a long time,
I never said economic.
Our
like
Payne, when I
almost
see you,
45 minutes.
Or strip clubs.
I never said that one word at all. Matter of fact,
Our
because
Payne,
I didn't say that because I know this is what
our
I got.
Payne, how you gonna? Why would I argue with you for no reason?
You guys have to quote me. If you're gonna quote me, you gotta quote me well. Because
Our
you guys
Payne,
got on my case when I told you guys that women control the sexual marketplace. And you guys got on my case for that. Right?
Our Payne,
let me just finish before you keep saying my name.
Shit.
Men are the constant.
Me and Econate just told you we caught you. Why you keep trying to
both of you guys, both of you guys are taking little snippets and trying to say I said something, but it's not true. Women manipulate men all the time, and I gave you biblical references and all of that stuff. So don't say that because it's not true.
well, just go to the strip club. Take them to the strip club. You know what happens in the strip club, right?
So say something else that I might have said, but not that. I'm gonna fight. I'm Mike Tyson on this one. I didn't rape that woman.
but if you look at it this way, right? If you guys look at it this way, it's a very tough situation. And I will say this, like going back to what Payne is saying, men have to be coached to understand that women are manipulative because most men are not prepared for that. Most men, because they have mothers. If you tell me that my mom was manipulative to my dad 20 years ago, I would take that personally. But if you tell me today, I'll be like, hell yeah, she was manipulative. You see? Because I've grown, I've come to understand and I've come to accept that. But the thing is that we don't raise boys to see that they are in danger when it comes to a woman. We raise boys in making them to feel that every woman out there is innocent, that she can never hurt or harm you, that she is the best thing that will ever happen to you. But then we fail to actually let our sons know that some of these girls come from bad families. Some of these girls have been through a lot that we don't know. Some of them were done, some of bad things were done to them. So they are not healed. And they might take it on you as a man because they're not healed. We don't prepare boys for that. And that's the mistake in family. But we prepare women for guys. We tell them, hey, there are bad guys out there. There are guys that will destroy you. There are guys that will just come there and pregnant you and leave. But we don't prepare boys that there are bad women that will come there and kick a Pamela on you one day.
Econate really funny. It just take them a long time to get the joke out.
But I got a question though. Another question. My question. It's okay. Listen, is all manipulation bad?
No, but I mean,
it depends on the motivation, right? I mean, listen, I tell you, if you're married, there's a dance that always goes on when you're married or in a situation. And that dance, you know, I mean, the dance is the dance. And it depends on where your heart's at. I could give you a real quick story, right? Real quick story. I'm not going to incriminate you guys, I promise. Right? So I buy my wife a card on Valentine's Day, but I didn't read it. It just said, you know, for wives, right? So I give it to her, and I'm upstairs. I come downstairs, and she's crying. She read the card, and I said, well, what's the matter? She said, this card is so beautiful. I can't believe it. I said, yeah, honey, I was just thinking about it. I didn't even read it. I said, yeah, you know, automatic. I said, yeah, I was really thinking about you. So I take the card from her and I read it. I said, oh my God, this really sounds good. I never told her that I didn't even read the card when I gave it to her. And I said, man, this is going to give me so many coins in my piggy bank. I can't blow it by saying I didn't say it. So to me, that's a manipulation. I think I finally told her sometime, you know, after I, you know, got all the rewards for that card, but still. So that's the kind of dance you do, because I can imagine all the things she's done to me to get all the best. You know.
I know y'all, all you married folks have seen those love coupons, right?
Yeah,
or maybe y'all have seen those love coupons that your wife might give you. You know, you're like, oh, you might give your wife, you do this, and then I'm gonna give you a love coupon, girl.
I saw that. Yeah.
Anytime. That's manipulation. But somebody don't get. Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
or they rejected or something.
Anyway, so the answer is no, right? The answer is it depends on
it's not all bad. No, you can have a good little relationship with your wife, and it keeps it all kind of intriguing to know what's coming next. It doesn't have to be a negative thing.
That's not the answer. I put the definition because we do this often. We make up.
Okay, what is it?
We make up definitions to the words.
What is it, Trey? Tell me.
Put the definition of manipulate in the
is
chat.
What?
Control or influence cleverly, unfairly, or unscrupulously. Yes, manipulation is bad. If you're going to manipulate somebody, that means that you're doing it in a way to where you're deceiving them or you're doing something unfairly so that you can gain an advantage. So manipulation is bad.
So is that the only definition for manipulation?
For when it comes to dealing with people, yes. Now you can manipulate things, you can manipulate text, you can manipulate body parts. But when it comes to dealing with people, that is the proper definition.
So it's bad, you think? Well, we got to find another word then, because we don't want to make it bad.
Wait. Women don't. Women do manipulate, but their thing is to entice, right?
Yeah.
They persuade, entice. But yeah, entice.
Persuade.
Well, persuade can be an argument. More can be an argumentative type of deal, like a debate. The one can persuade, buy this car rather than that car. But I believe women
entice is better.
For women, their thing about femininity is they can entice men to do a lot of things that we don't want to do.
Show me a time where a woman manipulates a man when it's not for her personal gain.
They call it enticing. Trey.
We giving them too much credit. We do half of the volunteering for the enticement that we're saying. Men are very voluntarily to participate in anything that's relative to women, especially if it's going to end in a result that's physical. So
even if it's
exactly, we have to do that.
I got an example when Stoney slept with Nate for her brother tuition. That's an example. We make sacrifices to benefit other people too.
What's the example again?
Man, when Stoney slept with old ass Nate on set it off.
Oh,
for her brother's tuition.
Oh, okay, I remember
making
now.
a sacrifice for her family.
Sex isn't a sacrifice.
That is prostitution.
He didn't even want to go to college.
Hang on. Sex is not a sacrifice for anybody. Nobody's giving up to anybody.
It's prostitution.
But that's how they think EBD. They think sex is sacrifice.
That's prostitution.
You don't lose anything. And I'm gonna tell you why it's a sacrifice, because y'all associate a woman's worth with the amount of men. Her worth is associated with the amount of men that she's been with. So if she's adding another body, that is sacrificing her worth.
No, it's prostitution.
Ew.
It's prostitution.
Definition of prostitution.
Anything exchange money for sex is prostitution.
Go ahead, Trey. Trey, go ahead.
This is my issue.
Go ahead, Trey.
With our community is we make it up as we go. And
That's right.
that's not the proper way. The answer to that question is Ekene is right. It is prostitution. The definition of prostitution is exchanging gifts or money for some sort of service. You're getting something out of it, and you're using sex. That's prostitution.
But
And
it's
the
not a
question that was
sacrifice.
asked, and the question that was asked was, when has a woman used a man for something that benefited someone other than herself?
As long as money is not
That was
exchanged.
it.
As long as money is not exchanged. Okay, D. Whatever you do for a man that is not your husband, right? And you don't exchange money for that sexual exchange, right? It's not prostitution. But as long as money, a dollar, a dime, you said, give me money for me to sleep with you. It's prostitution.
So a $300 steak dinner is not prostitution?
It's prostitution because there is money exchange.
Absolutely
It's prostitution. Money is exchange.
Wait.
If you take a woman out to buy her lunch, right? So that you can. If you take a woman out, let me make this clear. If you take a woman out and buy her lunch and then have sex with her, it's not prostitution. If you give a let me finish. Let
pull your money out. That's prostitution.
No, let me tell you something.
You're wrong, Ekene.
If you I'm coming.
You looking dead at the cash register, Ekene. That's prostitution.
Guys, let me know.
Right, I think you're right.
When you tell a woman, I don't understand, but I'm gonna tell you why it's not prostitution. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you why. If you invite a woman to your house and you have sex with her and say, hey, this is transportation money, $300, go home. It's not prostitution. I'm finished. Let me finish.
Are you smoking dope?
Straight, let me come. I'm sorry, I won't say let me come because that's not good. As you guys said. Let me finish talking.
Please don't.
But I won't do that. But just check this out, right? If a woman tells you that for me to sleep with you, you have to give me this or that. That is prostitution.
I didn't say that. I said you go
that's
out.
That's how you do it.
Hang on. Let me address our pains. Let me address our pains. We heard you. Let me address what our pain is saying. Let me address what he is saying. Let me address what he is saying. Taking a girl out for a $300 dinner does not guarantee you sex. It doesn't. It can be. Wait. Hang on. Let me finish. This is the other side.
Our pain saying, "Damn, she got me."
This is the other side. This is the other side. The other side is, you know as well as I do that these senators, governors, lawyers will hire an escort, take them out to a $300 dinner, but they are going to have sex afterwards. That is prostitution.
That's exactly.
No, EBD. That's called a political donation.
Let me ask the question one more time. When you take a honey out for dinner, you're adding all this shit in there, and you pay $300 for the dinner, and you get laid that night. Is that prostitution? That's all I'm asking. Everybody keeps saying
it's not prostitution because you guys didn't discuss it. No, prostitution is when you guys discuss it beforehand. Like you have to discuss it before the action. It's prostitution.
Let's you know what irritates me about a lot of men is that you guys try to make it seem like that you guys want to take these women out on dates out of the goodness of your heart.
That's right.
We are taking these women out on dates.
It is manipulation, not prostitution.
Not a guarantee.
It's manipulation.
Taking a woman out on a $300 date is not a guarantee. It's not. So how can it be prostitution? Wait. How can it be prostitution if it's not guaranteed?
Okay, let me finish. The goal is to sleep with her.
That's right.
Yeah.
That is the goal.
That's the goal.
Now, whether or not you are actually able to complete the mission is a completely different story. But your entire goal and the whole reason you're taking her out on this $300 dinner is because you want to clap cheeks at the end of the night. And if you do, if you are successful, then you have committed prostitution, sir.
No.
Wait a minute. You're paying $300 for the dinner, not the girl.
Yeah, I can't agree with
You
you.
still
You
pull
were
the money
good
out your
without the
pocket,
$300
EBD.
Paying
dinner. What are you
$300
talking
for the
about?
opportunity
You still
to
pull the
do
money
something.
out your pocket.
And $300 a
$300
$300 date does not guarantee you nene. It
I
doesn't
know
work
that,
like
but they
that.
was
That's not the
I
point.
agree with
So
you.
how is it prostitution?
He called it nene. What
It's
what
not
what
guaranteed.
what
It's
is
not
nene?
guaranteed. It's not
What is
guaranteed.
EBD,
Yeah.
how many
Go
jobs
ahead.
would a
EBD, what is nene?
how many
EBD,
jobs
what
would
is
a money
nene?
don't get the box? How many jobs would a money
No,
give it the box?
So EBD,
No.
you just take a
no. I don't know what type of money y'all guys are playing with, okay? A $300 dinner. $300. That's not even McCormick's and Schmick's. I can't even spend $300 at Ruth's Chris.
I thought that was normal for McDonald's in California.
$300 dinner better come with a back room where she dropping them draws. That's the restaurant.
Exactly. Thank you.
So here's my
Trigger, you need
question.
to stop.
Exactly, Trigger.
Here's
The
my
room is in
question.
the restaurant where she dropping
Because
them draws.
I've been
What's
watching
wrong
a
with
lot of
y'all?
this stuff about sex trafficking and
look at our
child
pain.
sex
He had to sit
trafficking
back
and
for that
stuff.
one.
What if you pay $300, go to a motel room, no sexual activity, no touching? You just, I mean, you're 70 years old, certain parts don't work anymore. So you just want to see this 20-year-old or 15-year-old get naked and dance in front of you.
Whoa,
That's a
prostitution.
That's called being hoodwinked.
That's a Florida thing, huh?
It's
That's a
no,
Florida
it
thing.
ain't
Florida,
No,
that's
that's
more,
70. Wait. 70 years old, a lot of money, 20-year-old dancing naked. How is that not Florida?
15, that is not Florida, believe it or not.
How is that not Florida?
In fact,
and the question
Let's keep them legal, Chad.
and the question is
Florida made
Chad,
any of that kind of stuff a felony, to be honest with you. So, and
No,
I
I understand,
a lot of it comes up from Arizona's, any place in fact, they move all over the damn place. It's crazy how I was watching it. Like, so the Super Bowl's in,
I think wherever it's going to be.
Yeah. But the question at hand is this: EBD, what is nene?
Yeah, what is nene? What is
I'm
nene?
sorry, the box. I tried to keep it all PG.
Can I make an announcement? Can I make an announcement?
Go ahead, SB. Actually having sex with this person, so is it still prostitution?
It's not prostitution, but
No,
it
it's not prostitution.
would fall up under intent.
It's absolutely
Yes.
prostitution.
Yeah.
Well,
You had to pay. You had to pay for the room.
Let's try to be
you had to
honest.
pay for the
Let's try to be honest. There has been so many cases. There was a show back in the day where they would catch men in the attempt to do something where there was no act that actually took place. So it falls under the attempt to prostitute. So
But they were underage. But they were underage girls.
Well,
yeah. Let me say this. Let me make a quick announcement so y'all can continue to have your conversation. It is after 12 on the East Coast, and y'all know what happens after 12. Anything. So I have to go now.
It was so nice having you up here.
I gotta go. Bye now.
Peace.
All right, thank you.
Have a good night.
Damn right, it's after hours on the Trigger Mike.
Where has she been all my life? I like her.
Hey, I wasn't trying to argue on the show.
Hey, Mr. Boss is in the back. Mr. Boss got the camera. He'll
he said, get over that stage. They going to
He crack you on top of your head, knock your glasses off. I ain't gonna say nothing.
No, we love SB. Thank you for coming through. You're welcome anytime.
It's a fine line, but let me,
please, guys, you got to know how to define prostitution, please, guys.
But forget about the words, right? It's always the truth of the matter is, for men, women have always bartered at least what they have to get something from men. It's always been on the barter. Even back in the caveman days when they were, going for the guy who brought home the most meat, right? They bartered themselves, and so we call it prostitution.
Still doing it now.
And it's the same way now. It's just the money's different and the things are different. But yeah, we know strict prostitution when we see it. We do know. So
Arpain,
when we see it.
I just
did you just used to bring meat or just fish? How y'all used to do it back in the 1800s?
Was for the village, and if he was the alpha guy, all the women wanted to give
y'all married men are the biggest contributors to prostitution.
Listen,
biggest contributors.
I first came up here to tell Trey how wrong he is, right?
I'm not wrong about anything.
I'm about to tell you why you're wrong.
No, you're not about to tell me anything because I'm not wrong about anything.
So
I
first
came
of all,
on just to argue with Trey about some of this stuff because I was arguing with him in the comments at first. But
Chad, you can't argue with me about anything because you made my point.
listen,
You sat there and made an argument about dating single moms, and then you married a woman who didn't have any kids. What are you talking about?
Hold on, because he was talking about me. So Trey, in the definition of manipulation, it doesn't use the word "in"; it used the word "or." And so it is a positive way to be able to manipulate people. So let me use your definition: to control or influence cleverly. That is manipulation, and that could be used. That could be used in a positive way. Unfair is a different. That's why it says "or."
That's what you want. You want it to be positive. Women do not. Women do not manipulate in a positive way.
That, Trey.
They don't.
But you can't say that.
I think so. Manipulation is a people's thing. Usually, one person is manipulating the other in the relationship in some form of way. At that time, when R-Pain was telling his story,
for their gain.
No, controlling.
So your wife didn't manipulate you to get something out of it.
A little bit.
She didn't get anything out of it.
No, so when we use the word manipulation, so I like you use wife, right? If a husband is manipulating his wife, in your words, controlling or influence cleverly, that doesn't mean that it's a negative thing. See, we use these negative contacts when there's no relationship there. That's why R-Pain can say, hey, me manipulating my wife is not negative, but a prostitute manipulating a random person is negative because the relationship is not there. That's the difference.
No, Jesus Christ, Iman, you do this a lot.
In one context where manipulation is good. Wait. In one context, that manipulation could be a positive thing from a woman is to how to manage children in a school.
If a woman, you know what a woman should manipulate? A woman should
in a school, preschool.
She should manipulate dinner. That's what she should manipulate in the kitchen. She want to manipulate something, manipulate dinner, or manipulate your weight. Because most of these women are overweight. You want to manipulate something, manipulate those things.
Okay, how about they focus on that? You've been killing it all night until tonight.
You don't think? Wait, Ashton. You don't think a woman that knows how to manipulate children into doing what they should be doing is a positive thing? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, that's what I just said.
Why are you manipulating your kids? I mean,
because wait. Let me answer that. Having a daughter, let me answer that. Because kids do not do what you really tell them to do. But if you turn simple things like cleaning their room into a game to where the fastest person who can clean their room gets something, you can actually turn what they don't want to do into something that they do want to do.
That's not really manipulation. That's not really manipulation. No, you just put two words that sound the same.
Okay,
that's not really manipulation.
Do you have children? But do you have children?
But that's not really. That's not really manipulation.
You have to listen to understand it. it. When you're trying to cleverly outmaneuver somebody, right? You're trying to get them to do this thing over here when they refuse to do it. There are certain ways of going about it. One of the things that children understand is the word play. They play games. And if you turn something that is a responsible thing like cleaning the room or doing the dishes into a game that they can possibly win, that is positive manipulation. They're doing what you say, but you're turning it into something that they can win and that they can feel good about themselves when they're done.
Y'all reaching so much. You're trying to make this positive.
You really are, EBD. You can at least say bribe. You can at least say bribe.
No, not bribe. It's not bribe.
But manipulation is usually bad. Like, let's be honest. We can't have a conversation.
Wait. It can be.
It's literally
we use it in a negative context.
I know, Trey.
You use it in a negative.
Old niggas up here.
But let me
you try to manipulate the word manipulation. Get out of here.
Let me tell you a way that a wife can manipulate a husband in a positive way. So say, for example, a husband come home and she give him a back massage. She said, hey, you know that honey-do list? I really want you to hop on that tonight. So she massaging his back. She's catering to him and asking him to do.
She's manipulating him.
Listen,
Yeah,
listen.
she might have to do a little bit more than massage.
She gonna have to rub a little lower.
Y'all got
You can't put manipulation and cater in the same sentence, man.
Yes, you can.
One of them is negative and one is
Exactly.
positive.
Like
y'all be black people try to use these big words and they just get lost in the sauce.
Catered to. You're not being catered to.
Anytime
You're
that
being
a person's
played, bro.
manipulating, listen, usually when a person's manipulating, they're catering to what the person wants to get what they want. That's a form of catering. So she's catering, giving him a massage, giving him a happy, and giving him everything that he wants. And then after he get everything he wants, so hey, you know what? I've been waiting for you to fix that sink. Can you do that? She manipulated him to do what he wants. He just got something out of the deal. That's a form of manipulation.
But man,
and like I said,
manipulation is still a bad is a bad deal. It's
not bad. It's not bad.
Let's get the ladies in on it. Ladies, what do you think about
got bribed or something? Don't tell me.
What do y'all think about this whole manipulation thing? And I want real examples. Don't be dancing around the bush and shit. Have you manipulated your man before? And what is your definition of
it? Who wants to? Okay, Didi. I'll just say, sis, I don't know about you, but my sound works better if I'm wearing headphones. So I don't know if that's the problem on your end. But try it out if you're not doing it. So I don't like the term manipulation. I would say positive reinforcement. I think the thing that was mentioned before actually was an example that came to mind when I forgot who mentioned it about food. I would do that with, like, if my spouse was overweight or my boyfriend was overweight, I would change that diet. I would try to find ways to make it palatable that he would eat healthier. I would try to encourage him to do stuff like that. So, but the word manipulation, like, I do think of it as for like a negative outcome. And have I done it in the past? Yes. Do I think it's helpful? No. And I wouldn't respect a man that I could manipulate. Like, that would not. That wouldn't be.
And Nikki, when you manipulated it, was it for your personal gain? Did you get something out of it?
Having an attractive partner is beneficial for me and for him. Yes.
Nikki, I got a question. Do you live in the South?
No.
No. Okay. I was just wondering about, you were talking about healthier diets. And I mean, down there in the South, I mean, I know y'all all have, I don't know where y'all all live, but I mean, soul food.
Y'all eat like shit down there.
Yeah, I'm not about that life.
Food. That's Southern food. Soul food is Southern food.
Caribbean.
Yeah. Okay, Caribbean, whatever you want to call it. Yeah,
okay.
It's all that.
Okay.
Nikki, Chad, is you trying to come to the barbecue?
I'm going to make a statement.
I know you don't know nothing about
I'm going to make a statement that is also a question to you,
Chad.
You gotta let Didi answer. She didn't answer. Didi didn't answer. The question was posed to the women.
Can you go, Didi?
Yeah, sure. Huh? In regards to how the term manipulation was defined as cleverly influenced for a gain, absolutely, I have done it. I don't do it with the negative intention of, doing any harm, or even in my manipulation, it's still not, it does no harm, and it also benefits him as well, because I try to make things beneficial to us both.
I hate all the words.
I got something.
This word salad.
I hate all the words.
I got something to say. This is what I'm going to say for all of you out there. For all of you out there that thinks that a woman.
Make it quick.
Yeah, I'm going to make it quick. For all of you out there that thinks that a woman is that the positive manipulation is a bad manipulation. I see why most of you are going to be single for a long time. I will say this to you, right? And I'm going to say it to Nikki. When you manipulate a man positively and you think that you're not going to have respect for the man, that is very bad. Because I got to tell you something. Enticing a man, manipulating a man positively is very healthy for a relationship, because that means the man can actually do something for you without viewing it in a negative way. Manipulation, positive manipulation, is how women get their husbands to do policies that favor the family. Case in point, you as a man, you go to a family meeting, right? And you discuss family issues. And the family issues is not to the benefit of your family, but you kind of caved under pressure in order to please other people. Your wife has to come and rub your back, talk to you positively in order for you to then see it in a different light. Like my uncle was arrested for tax evasion by the British in 1956 in Nigeria. I'm coming. But this is what happened. Not I'm coming. I'm sorry for using that word again. Somebody was trying to interpret. But this is what happened, right? But for tax evasion in Nigeria. So when he was arrested, my grandfather refused to pay his tax, even though he was a very rich guy that had the money to pay that tax. My grandfather refused to pay the tax. But my grandmother had to find a way to manipulate positively on my grandfather to make my grandfather to go and pay that tax, to get his younger brother out of jail. Guess what? Positive manipulation is very healthy in the family. If you cannot be manipulated positively by your woman, man, you got a problem.
Yeah, well, somebody posted a comment earlier saying that men have dominance over women physically, so women have dominance over in persuading or manipulating men.
Yeah, but first off, I don't want to dismiss what you said, Chad, but I got to give it up for Ikene. Not only was that was the most succinct response that you have ever given.
That was almost
and
under
it
a minute.
Also happened to be the best one. But that example
and,
was actually,
and he even told a story from 1956.
I was going to say he added a story. Okay, but no, seriously, that's the best example of it. So even if you were on the fence after that, you can't be on the fence about positive manipulation. That is exactly that's actually a wife's job. Yep. When you put it in the help category, that is her job. The way he said, rub her back and get him to see that it's really not that bad. Maybe we could look at it another way. She's not making a decision for him. She's saying, I'm going to get him to calm down. He turns in, I watched my mom do this for my dad. Ooh, he turns into such a bull at this time. Let me rub his back. I mean, do you not even know? I mean, I don't care, but probably 20% of the time my wife throws that ass on me. She's trying to get me to do something for the kids and for the house. I don't give a damn as long as I get that. That shit works.
But let me ask you a
question. Right, Trigger. We're not saying that we don't want to be manipulated. That's not what we're saying. But we're not about to sit here and act like it's not what it is.
When I didn't ask for it,
no, listen. See, because
and she come out of the shower and I'm looking for the side like,
you can easily manipulate me.
But Trigger, ain't that seduction?
529 account for the kids.
But I get it. But Trigger, see, it's two things out there. First thing you got is she can manipulate you the positive way, or she can complain about it. Like if
there is no positive man, that's called seduction.
No, it's not. No,
that's called seduction.
That is
manipulation. If you want it and you like it, that's seduction. If you don't like it, that's manipulation.
Ashton, there's synonyms, bro.
There's too many words.
I know, but look at y'all. My wife positively manipulated me. Who want to hear that shit at brunch?
Well, there's a country song that has a line in it called, "When you say a back rub is just a back rub, then you swap my hand when I try." When it's talking about I'm still a guy, saying, I'm still trying to get a piece, but you say it's normal.
Chad,
that's a Florida
it's a bunch
thing.
of black people here, Chad. We'd never heard that shit
man,
in our life.
What the hell are you talking about?
We haven't heard that
Wait,
shit
Ashton.
We're gonna take your word for it, though.
You been saying you agree with me, EBD?
No, seduction is a form of manipulation.
I would even argue
but it's positive and you want it. Do you can you at least agree with me on that, Ikene?
I do agree. I do agree.
The femininity the femininity that all these dudes are asking for, that's what it looks like. Her being able to persuade you without being angry and being able to satisfy you to be able to make decisions that's favorable for the family. She's actually operating in femininity and the thing that y'all on the internet telling y'all that y'all want when she does those things.
If you want it, if you want it, that's seduction. If you don't want to do it, that's manipulation. Why y'all?
No. So now I was completely impartial. Now I got to go to the other end. Do you know why? It's because it's not a bad thing. It is manipulation and it can be good because women are survivalists. That is how they survive. Meaning that if men wanted to just go from town to town or go through a bunch of women, a woman has to positively manipulate you to give you a reason to keep her around. So even if they're doing it for their own benefit, it's literally instinctual. It's biological for her to do that, and it's biological for us to acquiesce. I think that's the best way to.
Yeah. It's absent.
EBD already said he agreed with me, so I'm gonna stay.
No, I do.
So
I do. It's a form of manipulation. Like seduction is a form. Seduction is a form of manipulation, but it's not always a bad thing. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, but if that's the case, when these dudes go to the strip club and they want that type of attention for the strippers, you're saying that it's positive because he want it. Based off your definition, if the man want that type of
that's
attention,
prostitution.
No, but
it's seduction.
Based off his definition,
seduce for money, right?
No,
seduction for money. No, I got it. But we're in the context of a strip club. In the context of a strip club, it's seduction for money.
Thank you, EBD.
Thank you, EBD.
No, this Ashton said. He said
sounds positive to me.
That means strippers. Listen, if a man want that type of attention, that means strippers are not. That's not a negative manipulation. That's a positive.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not positive. It's not positive nor neither or negative.
But no,
you're paying for it.
But where the strippers come in, E-Man? I ain't say nothing about no damn strippers.
No, I'm just using your definition. And if the guys want that, that means that she's been positive. It's only when the guy don't want it. And you know, the guy who don't want it, his ass is not at the strip club.
But E-Man, this is how it. Okay, so at the strip club, I'm gonna just take your example. If he's willing to give the money out, true, that's seduction. But if she turns around and don't call him, agree to call him, kick it with him after the club closed, that's manipulation. She lied to get the money.
Let me tell you. So no, first of all, no, you trying to make it seem like the woman.
It's neither. What are you guys talking about? There's no manipulation in the strip club. Everybody.
I was just trying to make E-Man feel good. I don't know what he's trying.
Everybody understands the game of the strip club. There is no manipulation. There's none. There's a fair exchange in the strip club. That's all it is.
Yeah, but wait a minute. In the strip club, it's a market, right? It's a market about what kind of girl turns you on. So girls be sitting on this dude's lap in order to see if they want to buy a dance. That is seduction and that is a form of manipulation. To get the most money. To get the most money from a man is the game. It's
attempted.
He demand you were doing really good until now.
Hold on, EBD. It's the same.
But E-Man, why you in the club? Why you in the strip club trying to figure out if it's manipulation or seduction?
It's the same concept. It's the same concept that you gave for the $300 dinner. It's an attempt. If she sits on his lap to give him a dance, and he doesn't take the dance, it's not manipulation. So it's the same concept. There is no manipulation in the strip club. Everybody understands what's going on in the strip club. You bring your money. You bring your money
I ain't been to
in
a
exchange.
strip club in like 15 years, but ain't no woman going to sit on your lap without you paying. I'm just telling you.
No, that's not how it works in a strip club. A woman will definitely sit on your lap to try to get you so she can dance for you, and you have to tell her to get up.
If you go to a prostitute, she'll sit on your lap too to get you to pay for her too.
But
how you get close to how you get that close to a prostitute, Chad?
Y'all have such.
I've never been that close to a prostitute.
Listen, the amount of money that you spend on food does not equal prostitution. It's no difference between a person spending $50 or $300. Right, because you're not paying you directly. Prostitution is when you directly pay for a service. No, I pay for my.
Nope, that's wrong. Nope. That's not what that's not in the definition. It doesn't say anything about directly paying. It just says engaging in sexual activity for payment. It doesn't say directly.
So then how? Wait. So then how is dinner prostitution?
It is prostitution.
No,
I've been saying it's prostitution. If
I've been saying it too.
You know what? You guys.
So wait, everybody out here. Wait. Everybody going to McDonald's. Everybody going to the movies. Everybody going to Burger King. Everybody is just prostituting out here.
If I'm taking a woman out to eat, I'm trying to smash.
Bruh, nah.
No, it's not prostitution.
I think you lost that.
If you guys want to tell yourself that it's prostitution,
how y'all argue with a police officer about what prostitution is?
women.
Two 15-year-olds are going to go see the Barbie movie. That's
They
prostitution
can't
too,
consent.
right?
That's a bad example.
That's
Move on. They can't consent. That's a bad example. Moving on.
That's what
You see them trying to argue with a police officer about where prostitution
they're going
is.
They're going to the mall and they're sharing an ice cream cone. Wait. A boy and a girl are sharing an ice cream cone. Like a boy and a girl are sharing an ice cream cone. That's prostitution too.
EBD, why are you arguing with a police officer about prostitution?
Sorry, no.
Because he doesn't want it to.
That is not what prostitution
but
is.
When you take a woman out for dinner and you want to smash, if you take her home and you have sex with her, that's prostitution.
It's called Tuesday. Wait a minute. First of all, it's called dating, and second of all, it's called Tuesday.
Fucking dating, bro.
It's not prostitution.
Stop it, bro. Stop it. You are engaging in sexual activity for
no one's engaging in anything over a $300 dinner. That is not a guaranteed outcome. That is not a guaranteed outcome.
It ain't guaranteed for you.
It ain't guaranteed for anybody.
But hold on for a second. Okay, let's say this, because there is a middle ground here, right? Because you're talking about intent, right? But every man, whether he's a righteous man or not, when we deal with a woman, we want to smash. Some guys want to smash only, and some guys want a relationship. So we go through the courting process, or we go through the dating process first. But most men, when they take a woman out to dinner, if we're honest, at some point we hope that at the end of that dinner, we can go bust those cheeks, right? The truth of the matter is, it might not happen, like you said. And so therein lies where you say that's not prostitution. And I can dig it, because you're not guaranteed an outcome. But if I wanted to be crazy about it, every time you pay a prostitute money, you might think you're getting some, unless the pimp comes in there and busts you over the head. You ain't getting nothing. You get robbed, right?
But no, Arpain, listen, Arpain, let me tell you why your definition is so wrong. So, Arpain, if you have the intentions to sleep with your wife and you take her out to dinner, let me ask the question. Because this is why I'm telling you this definition.
It's prostitution.
I'm not talking about
listen, just Arpain, I want to show you what you're agreeing with. If you go out,
you husbands are the biggest tricks. I'm telling y'all that. You husbands are the biggest tricks.
Y'all they don't want to be called tricks, Trey.
I know. Ask them what they are.
They want to go to sleep with a smile on their face tonight.
Those are the biggest tricks, right?
He said you are.
E-man can't even stop smiling and he arguing.
So listen. So when you go out,
because E-man know he be tricking on his wife. That's why he be tricking on his wife.
When you go out, listen. When you go out, and you spend $300 and sex is on your mind with your wife. Why are you out there prostituting with your wife? That definition doesn't make sense. That definition doesn't make sense.
I have young kids. If I spend $300 on dinner, I'm lucky if I get sex with my wife, to be honest with you. But I ain't spending. But if I'm going out on a first date, I ain't spending $300 on dinner unless I'm trying to show off how much cash I got.
We didn't say a first date. See, now y'all trying to
add. Hey, Trey, you saw how hard E-man was smiling when you talking about spending money.
E-man knows he tricks off on his wife. You guys be tricking off on your wife all the time.
Listen, you right? I spend money on my wife.
Wait a minute. Besides, wait, let's get off of dinner. We've been on dinner for about an hour. Hold on. We've been on dinner for about an hour. Hang on. Hang on, let's go back to the topic.
I see why most of you are going to remain single. I see why most of you are going to remain single for a long time.
We get our passports and we going where you going, Ecane. But I'll tell you what though.
E-man, you're spending money on your wife because you want to continue the sexual access to your wife. That's why you spend it. That's why y'all trick off on your wives. Because you want to keep smashing.
Payne just admitted to buying a car and didn't know what it said.
Right. We was taught that we take care of the women.
I
E-man, would you continue to spend money on your wife? Would you continue to spend money on your wife if you weren't having sex with her?
Absolutely. I said,
"Are you lying?" That's cap. That is so much cap.
We are not talking about personal. Arpain, what were you saying earlier?
It is proven.
We can go back to the topic. We need to go back to the topic, which is where money only impresses lazy women.
So listen, this is.
It look like it impressed men too, married men.
It is proven.
I'm sorry. No crap. I'm sorry. Trigger.
You good?
E-Man. So if you never
going
had
on.
sex with your wife ever again, you would continue to take care of her.
Yeah,
for the rest
we
of your
do
life.
it all the time. That's
No.
the thing.
I'm asking you.
Trey, that's what I'm saying, Trey. You used the wrong person. I told people on this panel plenty of times, I'm gonna take care of my wife for the rest of her life because what she contributes to my
And if you never have sex with her ever again.
Yeah, see, it's not about sex. See, this is why y'all niggas
and that's
stay
why I'm not
single.
getting married.
Y'all
That's
see-
crazy talk. That's crazy talk. That is crazy talk.
I don't think that's crazy. So I don't think that's crazy.
Trey, ask R-Pain now. No, wait, hold on, Ignate. Trey, ask R-Pain. How long, Ignate? 1 second. Trey, ask R-Pain the same question.
If you could never ever have sex with your wife again, would you continue to keep taking care of her?
Just wait till she's asleep.
Whoa, that's illegal. That's illegal, sir.
Hold on in the back real quick, Chad. Hold on in the back real quick, Chad.
That is a crime, sir.
Hold on in the back real quick, Chad. The Trigger Mike show.
We need to put him up under the jail.
Condones any kind of violence against women. Like, whoa.
No, I want to see
That was
R-Pain
good.
answer that
Damn.
question. No, R-Pain.
By the way.
Hold on, answer that question. If you wasn't able to have sex with your wife, would you still take care of her?
Oh yeah,
that's what I said. I was
Man, y'all are lying. Y'all are lying. Okay. No. I think I know what. Hang on, Rich. I think I know what the issue is. Rich. How old were you when you got? Hold on, Rich. How old were you when you got married?
I was 28, 29.
Okay, let's go back to 28, 29, Rich. If 28, 29, Rich knew that he was never going to have sex with his wife again, would you continue to take care of her for the rest of your life? Or would you trade her out for a woman you could have sex with?
Well, listen. Okay.
Exactly. Thank you.
That's such a bad example.
I think we would
There ain't no bad example. E-Man been giving bad examples all night.
He's older, so it's different. It might be more about companionship than it is about sex at this point. I had to make it for him.
Don't take care of your wife.
But go take care of these tricks. Maybe take care of we were like 1 year in. I could almost say that it depends on the circumstance. She was out, somebody else was busting those cheeks, and she was swap that out for me. No, I wouldn't stay with her. Now, if there was an accident or something like that, hey, listen, I would, as far as I'm concerned, my answer, I would say, yeah, I'd stay with her, but that answer wouldn't
Trey, we should have just asked EBD.
I didn't have that situation.
I got a statement to make. This is my statement, okay, guys.
No statement.
It's in favor of what you said. Excuse me.
The question for you, Akane. Would you stay with your wife knowing you could never clap them cheeks ever again?
It's not going to happen.
Thank you.
Yeah, but let me also make my statement.
Damn, you got another
I always say this to guys all the time. Don't let nobody shame you into relationship with anybody, any woman. Marriage is strictly for one thing. That's to procreate. You got to have sex with your wife. You got to have kids. And after having that kids, you're going to keep having sex. If she has an accident, something out of her own range, right? That's understandable. Out of her control, that's understandable. But a full-blown ass woman, no, if she stops having sex with you, that's the end of the marriage. Get rid of her and marry somebody else.
Thank you, Akane. Thank you for being honest.
EBD, why you was smiling the whole time?
Because I agree. I agree with what he was talking about.
I agree with that too. That's why I said use the example. If she's busting somebody else's cheeks, it's over.
Right.
Why would she be busting?
I don't care if she's busting somebody else's cheeks.
How do a woman bust a man's cheeks?
As long as she's healthy.
I can put more context on that because we're not saying sex. I don't think they're saying sex is 100% everything, but what it is one of the foundations of having a healthy marriage is sex because there we got intimacy.
It's number one foundation.
Hang on. But it builds rebuilds intimacy, communication, trust, all these things, right? But if you're no longer having sex, you're no longer feeling that intimacy, that you should have with your wife, right? your wife is going to be your number one companion for the rest of your life. So yeah, sex is going to be one of the key components of how you stay together in a healthy relationship, and you ain't bickering and arguing over about a bunch of stuff. And one of the relationships I did have when I was living in, my girl's house, the thing that kept our relationship together was the sex, because we would be in an argument over something stupid, but I'd be able to make some move, and we would have this kind of thing where, it's angry, sex, but it shuts us up. And then all of a sudden we're getting along beautifully. And we had that relationship kind of like that until whatever.
Tell my wife
misogyny,
that's a thing, because she just gets mad at me and rolls over and go to sleep. So tell my wife that's a thing, EBD.
I don't know, Chad. I don't know what's going on between the two of y'all. I feel as though they could possibly.
All right, man. Let me get to these super chats. My ass about to fall asleep in this month. I be getting up at 5 a.m. now. School has started. Wherever y'all at, y'all probably still on summer vacation.
And see if you
all right, my man
about,
EBD. Thank you so much for the anniversary love.
If you want to
man,
talk about
I'm so
Like
tired.
that,
I can't.
Hold on, Al Bundy. Hold on, Al Bundy.
I'm gonna spend this on Saturday at the dinner and all that, because I can't even. I'm so tired. I can't even get like side.
Trigger, did you do the helicopter ride? I suggested.
Man, first off, you send me the money for the helicopter ride, big boy.
Man, your wife on a helicopter.
Who the hell do you think I am? Nah, we gonna do that. She's been on one already.
Oh, Vegas. I forgot how
we'll be all right.
Y'all been did that. I got it.
Nah, my wife's simple, man. I'm lucky. She's like, I don't want to do all this stuff. Can we go to our favorite spot in a nice hotel? I was like, yes, I like it.
Yeah, man.
More of that.
Edward Gilbert, man, appreciate that.
The torch out is coming. Torch out is coming.
Yeah. No. I took care of that too. What was wrong with you, Ike? We do. Kids are expensive.
We usually have 7
like
kids,
you
bro.
said. They don't come from your balls. They got your
They've been turning up all night.
2 weeks after my son was born.
That's because he's not driving nowhere.
I see. Damn, EBD.
Jill, thank you so much for the love. I am inspired. Thank you so much for that. Even Trey got a super chat for holding it down for all the fathers. Trey, I thought you were about to cry.
God,
I was like, this dude is getting really like I feel you.
Nah, because I've seen
you choking the shit out of your baby mother while you were like.
No, I don't listen. I'm fortunate. I don't have that problem. We've had our issues, obviously, but I don't have that issue. But I've been on the call where I've had to arrest somebody who's got a child support warrant that he didn't even know about, or that he's saying he's looking me in my eyes. He's saying, "Man, I haven't seen my kid in 3 years because she took him to Texas, and yet he's getting ready to go to jail." I've seen this time and time and time again. And I'm sick of hearing women tell men you need to fight for your child. That's ridiculousness. He should never be in that position.
You shouldn't have to fight for your child.
Hey man, I don't know if y'all are watching this legislation.
In a perfect world, you shouldn't, but that doesn't mean that you don't.
Don't worry. The perfect world is coming, where y'all no longer have power over the children, and that shit.
They take alimony away.
Rightfully belongs. Give me my damn biological.
Give me my damn.
The most that any man. Wait a minute. It doesn't matter if it's marriage or a relationship that bears children. The most that any man should ever have to do is pick up a phone and dial in order to have access to his kids.
Facts.
Yeah, that's facts.
This is your fight.
Facts.
This is the most we should have to do. That's it.
100%.
Trigger.
Why do you
Trigger.
think the courthouse is fighting?
Let me tell you something
That's
real
crazy.
quick. When I was in court, I told the judge, I asked the judge to give me full custody of our daughter. And I didn't need any child support, any support from her mother at all. And I would even give her a favorable schedule. You know what the judge did? The judge took a recess. The judge took a recess because the judge knew that there's no fighting that. He's not asking for no money. Just give her to me. I'll take care of her. But instead, what they did, they want to give her to the mom, and then I gotta pay for it. Well, that doesn't make any sense. When we don't have to have any exchange of money. I'm going to tell you some real shit real quick. A lot of these women, they try to play these games. They broke as hell. and they broke.
Oh, yeah.
And that's why they use these children to try to get some money, especially if the man got a little bit of money. If he got a little bit of money, that's what they start using these children. Now, I never saw that coming. I never thought she was that type of woman until we sit in the courtroom and I'm realizing she's trying to get taxed every month.
Yep.
Single women.
Trey, they broke at heart too.
D was saying something. D was saying what? D was saying something.
Children have more money than women who have children.
Thank you for making my point.
Women who do not have
women with children,
women who do not have children have more money than women who have children.
Yeah, because they don't have responsibility.
You just threw women up under the bus 10 times harder than Trey just did.
You guys are not listening to what I'm saying. Women, if I don't have any children, then I have nothing but time to work. If I have a child, I have less money because I'm raising my child rather than working.
Didi, you just told on yourself. Disagree with Trey.
What she said is true, but the thing is this, right? No, what she said is true, but every woman always wants a family to go home to at the end of the day. It's just in a woman's nature.
Unfortunately, in our community, the family that they dream of does not always include the father. In fact,
that's right.
It includes a stepdaddy.
I think with that trigger is I said, and the problem I think is that with that the family that they dream of, and that's probably part of the divorce rate. That's part of the single parent rate. Everything else is our dreams are too high now for what is reality. Like we want to be everybody wants to be millionaires now, and everybody wants to marry millionaires now, and think that because say you're a bricklayer and make $70,000 a year.
No. This is what I love about people and mistake making. I love when they jump on me. I watch. Damn, they be jumping on pain on fire. They be whooping your ass. Stop going. Like, take a month off.
Whooping his ass, Trey.
Right. But no, I love when they come at people. But I love when they come at married men, especially, or just even men with a well put together strategy on why women need companionship. So we have a lot of YouTube narratives where I don't want to go 50-50. I'm not accepting a man unless he has this. All of these women with these stipulations, especially the ones that claim they won't go 50-50. Well, guess what? You're going to end up paying 100% of everything. Joke's on fucking you.
Yeah.
Trigger.
Remember.
But guess what though? If I have my piece paying 100%, then it's fine.
Didi, you are a woman. There is no way on earth peace means that much to you. In fact, women are chaotic by nature. Peace don't mean anything.
You took the word right out of my mouth, Trigger.
Trigger.
Even if they're not in relationships, even if they're not in relationships, they'll ruin somebody else's relationship. That's how chaotic they are.
Hey, Trigger, me and Fantasy Island whooped our pain ass so bad on Fight Club, he started taking email.
Hey, you know something I'd like to say?
Say it again.
Me and Fantasy Island whooped our pain ass so bad he started taking email.
Email, what the fuck you looking at?
Oh, he was so dizzy
because there was so much drama.
You're a good storyteller, man.
Who started working in men's prison?
Better than economic our pain.
Work in men's prisons because there was too much drama in women's prisons.
Oh yeah.
There was so much drama in women's prisons. Nobody wanted to go work at a women's prison because there was so much drama.
Man, listen to me. I work with all women. They keep trying to suck me into this group chat of gossip and drama. Right? Look, I had to do it. Look, there are only two male directors. It's me and a white guy. I had to take my cues from the white guy. Well, I was like, why is he never responding? Like, and then I met him in person, and he was like, "You actually subscribe to that group chat?" I was like, "Oh my god, unsubscribe to that shit now." All they do is talk shit about shit they don't like all day. Like they create problems. And I was like, "Yep." Look. I'm just telling you, Didi. I would really love to see it where I understand that women think they're giving up peace, but I think a man can play that what do you call it? That game of creating companionship out of like with multiple women like just pod jumping. Like, hey, look, I'm with this woman on Monday, this woman on Tuesday. Women cannot play that game nowhere near as long as men can. You won't give away your virtue for a promise of companionship. Women will ultimately realize you do want one man and you want to be with that man for the entirety of your life. Him take care of you. Everyone know him and associate him with you. Like when our women mature, that's really what it is. Many women stop maturing past the point of them having sex. All right, y'all stop maturing, and then life is gonna hit you.
Take care of you.
Yes.
Yeah, him take care of you. So then that's the problem with these 50-50 guys. He's not taking care of you if he's 50-50.
It's no. We have a solution for everything you want. Are you willing to date a 45, 50-year-old man right now?
At me being 35, yes.
Then you can get everything you want. Every single thing you want.
If you get a young nigga, DD, you got to buy him that PlayStation.
Yeah, but here's the thing about 50-50. It doesn't exist anywhere. Take a look. It
doesn't really, you're right.
It doesn't exist. 50-50 is what women say when they want power and respect and authority in the relationship. It does not mean I'm going to pay half the bills and we're going to go half on everything. That's not what 50-50
Gabrielle
means.
Union says she's paying 50-50.
Yeah, women have turned.
No,
believe it.
lie.
Wait.
Wait. If she's paying 50-50, why believe that? Wait. If she's paying 50-50 and that's how she thinks and that's how maybe she moves or whatever, why date an NBA? Why Dwayne Wade?
That was my same thoughts too. But she's one that you said
it ain't 50-50.
50-50, and she said
what she's talking about is authority and respect and a say,
but there
not
are
money.
a lot of women that are splitting the bills with their men in the relationships.
We have kind of made Dwayne Wade out to be a sucker because even him, I was like, yo, he not gonna check his wife ever when she say stupid shit. But then he even had to come out and be like, he did his own separate interview, like, no, you know what else? Like, oh, okay. He didn't sit well with that shit. Like, what the fuck you mean 50-50? She's creating a situation where she can feel important.
That doesn't exist.
He's worth 4 times as much as her. Like, what the fuck?
10 times, not even 4 times, 10 times.
No,
and
like
she
that,
still had the nerve to say that stupid shit, Trigger. She only probably pay the light bill.
See, if women turn 50-50 into this curse word because they don't want to pay any bills. And that's only black women, man. I'm telling you, other women have been working for time immemorial.
Yep.
You know, I mean,
I'm sorry, Arpain.
What I'm saying is that we've bastardized the word. I mean, women have always worked. They want authority, like EBD says. They want to be in charge, and they want men. If they have to pay a dime, they want to be able to grab them by the balls and lead them around.
Black women want to be in charge, but as far as the money goes, that ain't just black women.
Tell them these white women out here tripping.
There's
tell them, Chad, what the white women do.
I'll tell you that that's here in Florida, so I'll tell you that 100%. These white women.
Hold on. We're going to have you got to tell us about these white women, man, because I make a statement because we do have a few white ladies come up here and they will say, listen, these white ladies are pretty crazy. The liberal ones are pretty crazy. They're like, they'll tell us.
The liberal ones are even worse. The liberal ones are even worse.
Oh, yeah.
They're crazy.
I am a conservative. I hope I don't get beat down for saying that, but
No.
Wait, can I ask Chad, what is 50-50? Do you have 50-50 in your kind of culture? In a relationship context?
No, call it 50-50.
I pay almost all the bills. My wife works part-time as a home health care worker. She takes care of the kids. She does the cooking.
Okay. So you guys probably got. It sounds like you guys have like properly defined roles, is what it sounds like. I guess so.
Like. Yeah.
Yeah, but does she get to just spend her money willy-nilly, or does she put it in some kind of fund?
She spends her money willy-nilly on snacks at the grocery store.
You didn't know that, Arpain? You didn't know that, Arpain?
No.
Because he is a provider.
When I first got married, my
she
wife
works part-time.
He's a trick. That's what he is.
Well, my wife used to work full-time when we first got married for 5
years.
Hey,
my kids are no part-time job. I'll say that.
No. I found that out. Once I had kids, then she was able to sit down.
So let's even talk to that point real quick. Because this is actually the point that I want to make on this. Chad, did you tell us what you do, or you just
I do IT security. I recently had to leave my last job.
Yeah.
But so I'm actually unemployed right now. I got summons for jury duty, so I think I'm going to go apply for the county for a computer job. So
all right. So but basically when you say your wife stays home, we don't really look at that as how much a woman saves the house. When she
doesn't
that,
really stay home. She usually works 9 to 4, something like that. She gets up with
she
the
works
kids.
part-time. Shit, that's not a part-time job.
She works
That's
38
full-time,
hours
brother.
a week or so not really part-time.
She got a full-time job,
That's full-time.
Okay. She agrees
She's
with
making money.
She's sitting out here beside me. She was saying the same thing, that I work 38 hours a week. That's not part-time.
32 plus hours a week.
32 plus hours a week is full time.
32 plus is full time. I got to keep some of my employees under
Chad,
it. That's why
do y'all have a one pot?
I understand that.
Chad, do y'all have one pot, or is her money and your money is y'all money? How does that work?
It's pretty much, up until we've been married for 10 years. Only in the last couple of years did she even actually get put on my bank account. That wasn't by my choice. That was just because she wouldn't go fill out the paperwork because there wasn't any difference. Because
y'all one pot.
Yeah,
all the money
it's
goes
all pretty much one pot.
So
we know we're
cool.
And
let
me
good for you.
Let me squash this whole thing because Didi, you got excited. Let me tell you, in your wildest dreams, will a woman in my house ever be making a considerable any amount of money? And I'm out here paying all the bills, sweating, having the kids' insurance taken out of my check and all that, and you're spending your money as you wish over my dead fucking body. Is that going on? I know that's the setup y'all think.
But if I buy your wardrobe every year,
I don't need
you
it.
get a new car every 4 years.
I
buy you
need
a
to
new
watch
car
it.
every
goddamn
4
cologne.
years. I pay for all the vacations.
No.
I buy you a new car every 4 years. Any
No.
type
Why
of
do I
car
need a
repairs,
car every 4
I take
years?
care
My
of
newest
that.
Yeah,
car
you
is
sound
If I'm
crazy.
spending
Car
my
every
money
4
on those
years.
You
type
know
of
what?
things,
You
it's
sound
not a problem.
irresponsible with money. Now it's definitely going into my account because
Facts.
No, I
I need a car every
A
4
new
years.
car
to be
every
honest with
4
you.
years? That's
home
insane.
repairs. If my husband needs a new car, that would be what my money would go towards. If we needed a new car, if we needed
no,
home
you're
repairs.
not
I wouldn't
wrong.
let you buy me a new
Listen.
car every 4 years.
No, hold on. Well, Chad,
She don't know what Mia want.
when we say one pot, listen to this.
I said that's what it could go towards.
Yeah, when we say one pot, nobody keeps score about that stuff anymore. So yeah, I'm about to buy a new car. Who knows who? Like, are we dividing it? No.
Is she
No,
paying
that
cash
money
for
will
it?
come. But Didi, it will never be a point where the woman that lives in my house, I'll have to be like, can you take X amount, unless it's her business account or something? Can you take X amount out of your account and give it to me so I can? Fuck no, that's just going into our account, our joint account. Your main salary check is going to our joint account. Period. What the hell we married for?
She does have her own card about when it goes to her account. I'll be honest with you. She does have her own little Chime account or whatever, but it's not like I have to worry about her going out and spending money crazily. The most I have to worry about her spending money on is clothes for the kids.
Here's what I would do. Here's what I would do. And it's somewhere in the middle, but not really. I'd have one pot. She's going to be making less money than me. That's just the way it's probably most likely going to be. But I would be able to separate an account that's $500, $1,000. That's just for her to blow. That's about as fair. I would say that's about as fair as I can make it, because I would be handling everything else as far as responsibility. I'd handle the kids, I'd handle the insurance, the payments, whether the car needs to be fixed, all of it. If I have enough and all of the money to make all of the decisions, then that means I'm transferring to her, hey, this is all you, because I got everything else. And it would be something that works for me.
Okay, guys. This is what I'm going to tell you guys in terms of financial discipline in a family. Number one, pay down your credit cards. Pay down your debts. That's the first thing you need to do. Pay down your debts. And there's a reason why I said that. Pay down your debts.
No doubt.
And then don't pay your house fast, because you want to use your house as a tax incentive, right?
Stop.
Then
Stop.
no,
You're
no,
giving
no,
horrible
I'm coming.
advice. You're
No, no,
giving
no,
bad advice. Don't
Trey, let
stop.
me finish.
Stop.
Let me
No,
finish. Let
no,
me finish. Trey.
Ekanate, stop.
Okay,
You're giving bad
take
advice.
what you want
You're
and
giving
remove
bad
what you.
advice.
Yeah,
You're giving bad advice. Stop.
If I
Stop.
if I finish talking, then when you talk, then they dispute what I
Well,
said.
no,
Okay.
I'm not gonna let you
Okay,
taint and give
let
bad
me move.
advice, bro. You're giving
I
horrible advice.
understand, but you're gonna get your choice. You're gonna get your chance to do that.
Well,
But
don't
what
give
I'm
bad
saying
In
next,
advice.
7 minutes.
yeah,
In
no,
7 minutes, Ekanate.
what I'm trying to say again is this, right? The next thing you do is this: if your wife is not contributing most into the financial of the household, you also have to find a way to take equal amount of what you're contributing from her paycheck by percentage and put it into a separate account for a rainy day for the family, because she's not supposed to have that kind of savings in the family. You're actually giving her an incentive to
Yeah.
jive.
Leave your ass.
Hey,
Yes.
Ekanate, right? You have to
Yeah.
have an agreement with your woman before y'all get married on how you're gonna handle your
Well,
finances.
exactly.
And
Exactly.
whatever that agreement works for you and your honey, that's it. And you got to just make it work. And both of y'all have to be true to what you say, right? But
Yeah,
it has to make
the
sense.
agreement
It
is
has to
called a
make
prenup.
sense, and it has to be the most logical person saying this is how we're gonna do it, right? So my wife was she trusted me, and that's the key. You want your woman to trust you in the financial matters. So I mean, like I said, I don't think I'm a unicorn, but for 36 years. My wife has been able to put her head on a pillow and go to sleep in 1 minute because the last thing she had to worry about was where she was going to be and how she was going to eat and how the kids were going to get taken care of from day to day. That was my shit. So, but when she was working, we had a discipline on what she would do with her money. But here's the key: if we're going to give anybody advice as a man and a woman, you make your lifestyle up to the level of what you can afford, regardless of what your woman makes, because they're the ones who could change their mind on a dime, but you can't. Right? I know so many men and women come home and say, "You know what, man? The boss pissed me off, so I quit." You know, and if you were basing your lifestyle on her income, or she had a baby, you'd be in trouble. So
Yeah,
that's
I
what
just want
I think that's not what I
I just
said.
want to
That's
thank
not what I
y'all
said.
for reinforcing that I'll never get married. I appreciate y'all.
Okay, what she
So,
what she say? My man worked 2 jobs.
Mr. Rich, this is what I said. You cannot allow a woman in your family to hold such an amount of money in her coffer.
Who said that? I
So
didn't say that.
no, that's what I said. That's what I said. That's why I said, as long as she the one footing most of the bill, like the mortgage and whatever that is much in the family household, you have to take percentage of what your contribution that's to her paycheck, right?
I
And
think you're
set that as
misunderstanding what he's saying, man. I think you're misunderstanding what he's saying, because he's saying that she could have $500 in just account to go have fun with, and he ain't saying like just
no,
to go.
that's universal. Your woman should always have a set aside money. No, that's not what I was saying.
The way you have your
Okay.
stuff working for you and your wife, it might be different for another man and his wife. It's whatever works for your relationship, man.
Ashton, I see you.
You know, that's it. It was whatever
Whoever
works.
is the cheap
Now, if you
one
let
needs to
your wife
control
be
the money.
irresponsible, you get what you deserve.
Whoever
But I'm
is the
saying
what?
we don't have to
The
get down
cheap
to
one, the frugal person needs to control the money. Whoever is
No,
the
the
cheap
man.
one needs to
No,
control the money.
no.
Because if the man is frivolous, he doesn't need to control the
Yeah, but
money.
if the
If the
man's
Well,
frivolous,
woman
you
is
well,
should
that's a
frivolous,
marry
he
him.
doesn't need to
non-starter
control the
The
money.
because
man
the
is
women
frivolous.
are the
You
women are
should
the
marry
frivolous
him.
ones. The
Most
women
of
are
the
now
If you
time,
have
yeah.
a frivolous man, you
women
should
are the
marry him.
frivolous spenders now. Yeah, so
I
You
wait a
allow
minute,
him to be a frivolous man.
because we don't have a fashion industry with like 15 outfits, a closet full of whatever,
Yeah, but y'all do have but
thousands of
y'all will
dollars.
help out
Wait.
y'all mama.
20 shoes, multiple purses that cost $500-$600 from gay Italians, Coach, Louis,
no, you know what? Black
Gucci,
PS5, Jordan
EBD,
Versace,
collections,
EBD.
Vera
watch
Wang.
collections.
Forget anything they could buy. Dog, the upkeep. Listen, so I buy guns and stuff, and they'll get ridiculous priced on them. And I used to feel bad because I'm like, yeah, I mean, first off, it's from my business money, so
Yeah.
fuck that. I'll do what I want.
Trigger Mike,
But
I was going to
she's
use
like,
you as an
babe, we
example
could be
for stuff
doing
like
so
that.
many other things. Go if your wife ever makes you feel bad about your spending on your hobbies, not irresponsible, just things you can actually afford and you want to buy. Take a trip with her ass to Sephora or Ulta Beauty and see how much they
JC
spend on that
Penney.
bullshit.
Yeah,
That,
exactly.
That lady,
Exactly.
that lady, I
Exactly.
The
never
difference
say
between
nothing to me again.
the difference between men and women in this aspect, and I think we can I can generalize, is that
That lady,
men usually hate or not hate, but don't really like spending all kinds of money, while women just can't get enough of it. Like I mean, I have my bank account and I have thousands in there, and I go to the mall every week, but it takes me several weeks of going to the mall before I actually pick up something and buy it.
Well, just from living in the South, and it don't matter if you're white, black, Mexican, it don't really matter at all on that.
don't matter if you're black or
Good.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
So somebody like Trigger, his wife might have to worry more about him bringing home like a 72 Impala or something like that. That I'm gonna.
God
Damn, that's racist, Chad. That's racist as hell.
Why the fuck is
Hey,
that?
I'm Nigerian. I don't drive them shit.
Sorry. Why the heck is that? Because I grew up around Impalas, so
That's
I was
funny.
dropping a 350 in it, putting a freaking demon carburetor on it. You know, loud exhaust. Stereo
Dude,
system.
does anybody really like besides all the men? Does anybody really like spending money on especially like expensive stuff? I just hate it.
Well, it's
I hate
one of
it.
them, it's just
Now
one of them
I'm just-
things
I'm
that
just
men go and oh man, that's great. Let me buy that. Like Trigger was talking about all the guns he had, so he might go and be like, okay.
Hey,
can't stand it. I gotta
Chad,
buy
let me
this.
add this though, Chad, before we go. Hey, Didi, if you ever find a guy you want to marry, bring him on this panel so we can vet him for you. How about that?
I think that'll
How
be
about
fun.
that? You know, bring him up here so we could question
Woo!
him.
That
Yeah,
would
we'll
be
let you know
fun.
whether
I
he's
like
good
that.
enough or not.
Oh
Yeah.
my God.
Yeah, we see if he could pass the Econase.
I'm gonna
The
tell him to
Econate
run.
test. The Econate test. He'll be like, hang
I
on,
will
I
be,
got
I will
something
be,
to say. I got
I
something
will,
to say.
no, I won't have anything to say. I'm going to grill his ass. I won't have anything to say. I'm just going to have to grill him because you know what? That's the problem in the society today. Women get their own house, they live by themselves, they vet a man. So those are two wrongs. You can't live by yourself. You can't vet a man. You got to live under your family's
Oh, you just
roof.
reminded me. You just reminded me.
And the man has to vet a man for you. Yeah,
Yeah,
trigger my guy.
you just reminded me. That is a topic I really want to cover because we cannot talk about how people are broke and how they feel. Like women should not be living alone. I'm sorry, I have to say it. And women are really gonna be perturbed and upset about that. I have never understood why the brokest group of people, or women who have
Damn.
children or don't have children, and why do you need to live alone
To be independent.
but then complain about being broke?
You're supposed to be
Want to
independent.
have freedom to get the chicks busted, man, without
Okay,
nobody.
but they can at least get a
And Sally,
roommate
that's what.
R-Pain to save up the money.
And Sally, that's how men
A lot
see
of
it.
times
Whenever
it's
you
hard to
live
find
alone,
dependable people.
Go
no,
ahead.
you have
Wait,
to live with your.
A lot of
Didi,
times it's hard to find dependable people that you can room with. You know what I'm saying? Like
That's true too.
it's even if that's be it a man or a homegirl or even a family member, it's hard to find somebody that's reliable enough that's not going to just stick you with the bills. This happens very so often for us.
But there are men are out there that want to deal with that. That's when I come back to the bad boy thing, and women like the bad boys.
But I'm even talking about even with family members. Even if you was talking about women shouldn't be alone, even if we chose to live with a homegirl or something like that. If she
That's no
don't pay
doubt
her
either.
end of the bill, if she don't pay her end of the bills or something happens with her, I'm still stuck with everything. So with all of that, I might as well just rely on myself and do it all.
So wait. Here's what I heard. Here's what I heard.
Relying on somebody else because I know I'm not gonna fail relying on me.
Here's what I'm
But
hearing.
Didi,
Here's
y'all
what I'm
can't
hearing.
depend on men.
Hang on.
Y'all can't
Here's what
depend
I'm
on
hearing. Here's
women.
what
Who
I'm
can you
hearing.
depend
What I'm
on?
hearing is a woman, a single woman who may have kids, does not understand the value of a good man. and what he can do for her and those
Oh
children.
no, I understand the value of a good
that's
man.
what it
I've had
sounds
the
like.
experience. No, I've had the experience of having an irresponsible husband. So from learning from that experience, oh no, I'm very careful. And at this point, no, I had an irresponsible husband. I left, and I'm doing much better for myself being by myself.
I mean,
And
not
even
you
he can
personally,
admit
not
it,
you
you know what I'm
personally.
saying?
I'm talking about single women in general, because
That's
what
a
this is
lot of our
happening. This is happening
situation.
too many times.
I
If a
see it.
woman is with kids or without kids, she's single and she's living alone. She's depending on herself because she's afraid to depend on somebody else. That means, by definition, you don't know what a good man looks like. You don't know the value of a good man.
No, I don't know. It
Damn,
just
dropping
means that
gems tonight
there
ain't an
isn't one
EBD.
around. That you can absolutely know what it is, but if it's just not around, it's just not in your proximity.
They're in your
But that
friend
don't mean that
zone.
you can't identify it. You know what I'm saying?
Look in your friend zone. They're in your friend zone. Good men
I
are
thought
always in your
but
friend
y'all are
zone.
still.
Sorry.
The thing is this:
So,
we
Didi,
can all say that we are good people, and everybody you could be good and still not be compatible with people. You could
So
be a good
Didi
person
just be
all
walking
day.
around calling
Maybe that's
everybody horrible
compatible.
and bad
So
people.
you don't deny that you got some good guys in your friend zone. They're just not compatible with you because they don't have what? Looks?
Yeah, certain things is we're not compatible with. Like I have
That's
one
why you're
particular
gonna be
guy.
single for a long time.
We're not compatible with
Damn,
our
Econet.
schedules.
No,
Well,
I'm
I don't have a
sorry.
problem with
That's
that.
what. No,
Your
but guess
But
what?
you
schedule,
But
know,
that's
guess
kind
what?
of petty.
You got to have a
That's petty
problem
as
with that
shit.
when you in the next 5-10 years. And guess what you're gonna do? Let me say something real quick that our women do that is really really detrimental.
okay, but hold on, Econet, but let
I'm
me finish
coming.
my
No, no,
point.
I'm coming. I'm
Let me
coming.
finish my point
No, I'm coming.
about the good guy and about the incompatibility. There's a particular good
Marcus, I
guy.
don't understand.
However, he is a longshoreman. No, matter of fact, he's a merchant seaman. This means he's gone for
Damn, boy,
certain
VA,
points.
y'all always date these merchants.
So if he's gone, then that's an incompatibility problem because I need someone that I'm going to. I like physical
Here we
touch. I
go.
like quality
Here
time,
we
things
go.
of that
I
nature. So
need.
I need somebody that is going to be physically
Nope.
there. You know what I'm
Nope.
saying?
Yeah, man.
I like
Nope.
for a man to
Good men
be.
are everywhere. They don't
So
attract
this,
you. They don't
hold
attract
on,
your
hold on,
attention.
hold on,
And
hold
he's
on.
deployed. This still
Didi,
living me by. This still me living by myself.
Nope. So this is that. Damn, I told you I'm trying to go heat up my pizza downstairs, drink some wine, and go to sleep. But y'all keep bringing. This is what we get into right here. This is that crossroads where I think women go left. You cannot get what you're asking for in the exact way you want it. Didi, I think what women are trying to do, you actually trying to have it all. And that's why women are failing in
That's
relationships.
right.
I agree.
You can actually have it all, just not at the same time.
So you're
Okay?
saying you'd
The
rather
man
have
that you
nothing?
want,
You'd rather
the
have
man that you
nothing than a
want.
guy who's attached to you just because he's not around all the
Yeah,
time?
because look, if you go watch She
I
Critique, hold on.
don't
If you
have
go
to
watch She
settle for
Critique,
someone. I don't have to settle
Is that a
just for the
settlement?
sake. That's a
hold on.
settlement.
That
That's a
ain't
settlement.
selling if you ain't got no
Because
damn body, Didi.
That is a settlement.
this is
That's
the
a settlement
problem.
because what is wrong with not having anybody? Like
Let me
You
ask
just
you,
call
Didi.
everybody a bad
What
man
makes you
but
think
that
is
I'm
man.
comfortable with myself. I like
Didi? I
me.
have a
My
question for
bills are
you.
paid. I pay my bills. So I'm not lacking anything.
Didi, let me ask you a
Didi, you
question.
just called every man
What
that you
makes you
had
think
a
that you're
bad man
settling?
except the man
What makes
that
you
don't
think
be
that you're
No, I
around.
settling, Didi?
didn't. I have not called every man I had a bad
No,
man. No,
no,
I've had
Didi.
some
What
great
makes you
men.
think you're settling?
But you
What
Didi,
told
makes
what
him
me
makes you
I'm
think
think
I'm
you're
what?
settling?
satisfactory. You said he
What
wasn't on
makes
the
you
bar.
what makes you think you're settling, Didi?
What made me think I'm what?
You're
He could
settling
be
for a
settling
man.
for you.
What makes
What
you
makes
think
me
you're
think I'm
settling for a man?
settling for something? I
Yeah.
said no. I didn't have to settle. I don't have
Yeah,
to
that's what
settle.
I'm saying. I understand, but what makes you think
Well,
that
what makes
when
me
a
think that
man,
I'm settling?
yeah,
Because
yeah,
there are things that out of my needs that are not being met at that point. I
and what
desire
are
a man in
those?
the home.
What are
I desire a
those?
man in the home at night to be able to protect.
Mm-hmm.
And he with his lifestyle and his career path, he would not be able to provide a man at home to protect.
So
So
Ain't nobody
there's
protecting you
plenty
what's
other
now.
protection?
men
What's
out here.
protection?
Okay,
I'm
okay,
coming.
hold
But
What's
on.
there's plenty
protection? What's
other men
protection
out
to you,
here
Hold
Didi?
on.
that get
Didi,
the
what's protection
advantage
to
of
you?
being able
Hold
to
on.
work
Alleviate
locally.
these problems. Because like I said, you can't have it all at the same time.
And
If
that's
you let
okay.
that
I
be
can just
known,
go
let's say
find a man that doesn't
you
work like
said
that.
dude that you was messing with is a longshoreman, right?
No, I said
He's
it
in the
was a
friend
great guy
zone. He's in the
that
friend zone.
Okay.
yeah.
Friend zone
Look at our
longshoreman. So
pain.
He's a
we
merchant
are from
seaman.
the
He's
same
in the friend
area.
zone.
If a dude been a longshoreman this long, he making hella bank if he's my age. All right, but he does have to be out making that money, doing that. So if he says, you know what, that's a valid concern, I'm going to move us into a nice neighborhood where I can get, that's way safer. Crime rate is low, so you can feel safe at home. Would you consider marrying or being with that dude then if he could provide those things for you?
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I don't think a lot of
Jesus
ladies
Christ.
understand that you're going to have a trade-off everywhere. Like if you go watch She Critique,
But
whoever didn't watch it last Friday, and we were talking, I think it was to Shan, and I think she was with a lawyer or something, and she was saying, but no, he had to go away to school and this, and he's a really high value man now. And of course, she made her own decisions. She talks about it freely, by the way. But I said, how does a woman think she gets with a man with resources? You have to sacrifice to be with this guy.
Yes.
You
yeah,
have
that's
to
true. That's true.
sacrifice.
But there's gonna be someone that I don't have to sacrifice that for.
No, you're wrong.
Who told you that?
You're very wrong.
Wait a minute. Wait a
You're
minute.
very,
What
you're
you're
delusional.
talking about? Wait. What
Didi,
you're talking
you're very,
about?
very delusional.
What you're talking about is not
You
a
have a choice.
relationship.
You
You're
have a
not
choice
talking
to
about a
Didi.
relationship.
You have a choice to be
But Trigger,
single
you
for a
was
long
right.
time.
Women
You have
are
a choice for
chaotic
that.
by nature. You was right.
You have a
Okay, so
choice to
wait.
be single for, but when
chaotic
you
by
want to
nature.
get married,
I'll
it's
tell
a
you what.
whole lot of
There's
about.
nothing wrong with
I'll
me
tell you.
finding a man who works locally.
How's
It's
that
nothing
working
wrong
for
I'll
with
you?
it.
tell you. I'll wait.
How's
I'll
that?
But
tell you
how
what
it
we're learning.
Diddy,
Why
it
is
ain't
that doing that?
working.
I'll tell you what we're learning. 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 We are learning right now in real time why most women are single.
That's
We're
right.
learning it.
Yes.
We're learning it. We're hearing it.
And that's
Wait. I don't need to settle. I don't want to build. I want
You're gonna be
presence.
single for a long time.
What did I say I didn't want to
what
build? When I mentioned things like house
Hold
repairs and
on,
things of this
real
nature
You're
and
quick.
heating
things
up
that
pizza,
my
Mike.
husband
What are you?
Yeah,
What are
before I
you?
heat up
What are
pizza,
you
let me read
doing?
these super chats. My man Big Ant says, ladies, the lack of fortitude when a man speak turns you off. And in case you don't know, we recognize your lack of having fortitude to answer the question as well. Turns us off. My man Arnold Allen III says, Ashton, what kind of watch is that?
Oh, I got this from a
He
yard
Love
sale.
says, I love Ashton's Temu watch. What? Temu? Is it that? Is it that shit they keep trying to sell me something for $2? I'll
Yeah,
be like, this shit ain't $2.
been bothering me all weekend, Trigger.
He's wearing a tablet.
That
He's
goddamn
wearing a
Nintendo
tablet.
Switch on your hand. What the fuck is that?
He's wearing a tablet. That's what he's wearing.
All right, y'all continue. My bad.
I tell you what, though,
You got a tablet that got a clock.
Did it? I got it.
It'd be good for you to find a lady who's probably married in a similar situation and have those kind of heart-to-heart kind of conversations, because I think the word settling is not for you. I mean, we're all in your business, and you know what you want, but the years keep passing by, and so do the caliber of the guys that you might qualify for.
Exactly.
So just keep that in mind.
Well, I mean, it's not no years keep passing by for me because I'm like just getting out of a marriage. So
Well, Didi,
years aren't like just passing by for me. Like
Didi, one thing I'll have to say is
The street is not good, Didi. The
dealing
street
with
is
so
not
many
good.
women,
The street
men become
sucks.
like Trey.
He's lying. The streets are awesome. Come on to the street, Didi.
Trey's in the street. Trey's in the street, Didi. And all Trey wants to do is to bust that ass and go to the next woman. The street is bad because Trey's in the street. Run, Didi. Run back.
Y'all married
It's
dudes
not.
look miserable.
No,
Y'all
it's
look
not.
tired.
It's Didi. Trey's not peaceful. Trey just want to get it every night from different women. Okay, run.
Didi, you trying to get married again or no?
Trey doesn't want to get
be
married.
married again.
Trey doesn't want to get married. The street
Another
is
thing
bad.
I'll say is, as far as how men can, you're talking about one personality and everything else like that, but you and Nikki both, neither one of y'all will show your face, and then there's 5 out of 9 people here showing their face, but both of the women won't show their face.
No, they showed their face earlier. She
Yeah,
showed
there
her
you
face
go.
earlier.
See, Nikki?
No,
Didi?
she's smoking. That's why. She's smoking.
Okay. She's been smoking.
Damn, Didi, how long you been smoking? You
For
only
like
smoked like
hours.
45 minutes
That's
ago?
why she can't get her married.
Shit.
Because she's smoking.
No, that just explains her answers.
I really don't cuss.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
I'm sorry. Trigger.
She scared men away with smoke.
Nah, but no. If if what we're dealing with in this modern dating pool is women that do not believe in compromise, do not believe in sacrifice, do not believe in one pot, none of y'all are going to be wiped up. None of that's happening.
Can I ask
None
a
of that's
question on
happening.
here? How
Go ahead.
many of y'all have ever seen Thomas Sowell?
Oh, we all have. I mean,
Oh yeah, I've heard of him, but I don't
What
watch
about
him.
What about
him?
Well, he's a very black man that is very against a lot of common politics, and he says that there's no such thing as a compromise, so to speak, to where you get something for free. You have to compromise. So anytime you get something for free, you're giving up something else. So like what Dee Dee's talking about and wanting all this, if she wants this perfect relationship, she's got to give some too. So like if this guy's working
in order to
80 hours a
compromise,
week,
somebody's got to make a concession. In order,
somebody's got to make a concession. So if she wants this guy that's all this stuff, then she's going to have to substitute him working 80 hours a week, or not being home at some nights, or
not only that, child. Let me put it this way too, child. She has to do a lot of work to be able to get that kind of man. It depends on what kind of man she's looking for. She's looking for Tyrone that's in the street, or she's looking for Pookie in the hood.
Well, that's part of that compromise.
You see,
what are you willing
because
to give to get
if she's looking for somebody in the hood, yeah, she can be smoking, doing all that, getting those kind of boys.
He'll be home all the time.
Yeah, be all
during
the
the night.
time. But if she's talking about a man, that needs to work, that knows his thing to do, she can't. No, it's a different lifestyle. You got to go in, brush yourself completely. Change your wardrobe, change your attitude, change the way you talk, change the way you eat, change the way you present yourself. It's a 2-year work for you to attract that kind of man. You can come raggedy looking for a smooth dressed, nice looking man. It doesn't work. I'm sorry.
How you gonna call that woman raggedy? How you gonna call her raggedy like that?
No, I think for women, the best dating move you women can do. The best dating move you women can do if you want a successful man, quote unquote, to take care of you and be close to him and have physical presence is to
bust that thing.
Two things.
Open.
Wait. Two things.
Open.
Two things. You can either that man has his own business, which means you can leave your job and go work in his business, or you both work at the same job where you guys can just be around each other all day and then be around each other off the clock as well.
Or you
if that's what she's saying.
Or you could just ask them. You could just ask them, how do I add value?
Well, that's what you were saying. Physical presence. That's what I'm going off of.
Yeah, I just want physical presence at night, meaning that I don't live alone.
Did the trade just ask you a question?
You can find it in the trap house. What you mean?
Did Trey just ask you a question? Trey just asked you a question. Trey asked you and said, "What value are you bringing to a man's life?"
If it were no, that's not the question I asked. But if it were me, and a woman wanted to know how she could add value, all she has to do is just ask. If she just asks, "How do I add value to your life?" I'll tell you. I'll tell you what you need to do. But a lot of the problem is women want to make assumptions. I'm going to give you this. And then when I say
aggressive at telling a woman what she needs to do with her life or what she
no, you're not listening, Chad. You're not listening. I'm saying if a woman asks me, if she asks me, how do I add value to your life? I will tell her. This is what I need from you. And if she can't give me that, then it is what it is. And but a lot of times what happens is a woman will try to give you what she wants to give you, and then when you tell her I don't want that from you, then now we have issues. So all you have to do is just a lot of times all you have to do is just communicate. Just ask.
Okay,
they think words of encouragement is enough.
Yes, Dee Dee, I get that question every date I go on. Yes.
So when we're asking you what are your love languages? That's what we're trying to gauge.
Oh boy, this is a 25-year-old,
well, okay. So
22-year-old
here's,
thing.
okay. Hang
You're
on,
still talking about love
My
at
love
30
language
or
is
30?
English.
Hang on, y'all. So
My
Didi,
love language is sloppy talk.
there's the disconnect, because to me, that sounds like you're asking me a relationship question and not asking me about adding value. There's a disconnect. There's a disconnect there. If you ask me what my love language is, I'm going to tell you acts of service, but that has nothing to do with how you can add value to my life.
So
Does
do
that
you
make any
not get it,
sense?
Trey? She's still just answering
If
the
I'm
wrong
fulfilling
questions.
all of your love languages, am I not adding value to your life?
No, you're not.
Okay.
We said it at the same time, Trey. So you be asking,
How
just
so?
basically asking the wrong question.
How is that
I don't
not-
know. And mine's
No,
English.
RP.
I don't know what
love
else is
language
other
being
than that.
fulfilled, not adding
It's just like
value
rubbing
to your
crystals
life?
together.
Because
love language
Didi, one of my love languages is physical touch.
Okay.
And she gonna sit there and say, "Nah, not right now."
Does this add value to your life, or does it not? Do you gain pleasure from
No,
that?
not in the way that I need you to add value to my life.
I told y'all need to start listening to more country songs.
You rubbing my back or us having sex is it's fun, it's pleasurable, but that's not the value that I need from you.
Okay, but the acts of service, that is adding value to your life.
That's
No,
correct.
it's not.
I would
Neither.
give you that if she understands the acts of service that I need. A lot of times,
Yes.
a lot of times women don't understand what acts of service I would actually need.
So
And the only way you would know, Didi, is if you ask me. You gotta ask me.
yes.
A lot of the issue is that women don't want to communicate. They want to just give you what they want to give you, and you're just supposed to take it.
It's a good time when you are asked about your love languages, about acts of services. You should say acts of services, and I like when someone does this.
Oh no,
that,
I'm not gonna do the work for
I
you.
could appreciate
I'm not
it.
gonna do the work for you.
Well, how do I gauge how can I add
You
value?
become a better communicator.
I
and
thought you were
and ask
emotionally
the proper
intelligent.
questions.
But I thought
Who told you that?
said communicate and ask you,
We
and I'm
better.
asking you, and then you're telling me you're not gonna do
Emotional intelligence, but they want to communicate, and
But-
it's just
But
yeah.
am
But I would, but I would,
ask you
but
and not assume and just
I would-
love you how I want to love you. I'm supposed to ask you how you want to be loved and not just love you how I want to love you. Then I'm
wait a
asking
minute.
you, then don't
Love is
tell
not
me
a
to do the
question. You
work.
don't question it. It's something. Wait. Love is not really a question. It's never a question when you're with the right person, right? When you're with the wrong person, it becomes a question. Like, what is it exactly? How do you
When you
define
don't
it?
know that
When you're
person, everything is a question, baby.
no, I'll explain it to you because I was in this type of, I guess, relationship where when I touched this woman, I can't explain it, but I knew that this was something, right? Just by touching her. So when it's love, when it's with some, wait. Like we were just touching hands, nothing
Sexual
sexual.
harassment.
Yeah, nothing sexual. Nothing sexual, but I know what you mean. But when we talk about like how do you know it's real, you don't have to really question it. Like you know it. It's not
Love
really a
shouldn't be
question.
a service.
Well, you know what? Well, hold on for a second, though. I mean, we should just let Trey and Didi keep going at it. And be
They're
quiet.
in a relationship, whether they know it or not.
Oh, wow. And you know
They
what?
always come
You
up.
know what,
They always
fellas?
coming up
You know
in
what,
here. They're
fellas?
always arguing
You
and
know what,
throwing
fellas?
bombs.
On that note, I'm gonna bid y'all adieu. Y'all have a good night. I see what y'all. I see what y'all.
Don't leave without your girlfriend. Tell her good night. Smack her on the booty.
He's about to go rub.
I see what y'all trying to do.
Both y'all need a cam up and be like,
He's about to go.
Y'all can
Trey's
y'all
about to
might
go
even
rub
be able
one
to show
out
each
because he's
other on
sexually
cam.
frustrated.
We had a serious love connection going on.
I'm watching. We see them married. Well, we won't talk. We gonna.
Didi, I got a question. Didi, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Would you stop smoking?
Smart smoking what?
Whatever
you're
smoking.
Whatever it is that you smoking, would you stop smoking?
What I'm getting out of it? Yeah, if I'm pregnant, absolutely.
You see, you have a
I gotta
problem.
knock you.
Oh, well, there it
Stop
is,
smoking?
Trey.
That is Trey.
Just knock her up.
Hold on.
Just knock her up.
Hold on. I gotta knock you up to get you to stop smoking, Didi.
I need some real motivation.
Get your ass to work.
The lifestyle I can provide is not enough motivation for you to stop smoking.
Oh, let's talk about this lifestyle, boo. It could be. Yeah, let's talk about this lifestyle. It could be.
We go.
Hey,
Trigger Mike. We're gonna have this show with them two on it. It's gonna be called The Table, the negotiating table. What do y'all bring to the table?
I just want to know if her major vice, the vice that she has, is she willing to give it up? And she's telling me no, basically. So
no, I would give it up.
No,
on what condition?
Stay single, Trey.
Not the one condition. What else?
No, I'm asking.
That one condition was pregnancy.
No.
Okay,
on
the
what?
lifestyle
I said no, Didi. I said on what condition?
Under the condition that I'm getting what I want in a partner,
which is
$200K.
Money, really good D.
Supportive and loving. And
nope. Oh my God, y'all better stop. Y'all
sounds like D to me. Sounds like D.
Okay,
loving, supportive, and loving, and responsible, and kind, and has integrity.
All right, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out.
I knew Trey was out.
Trying to say something.
I'm gonna head off as well because my battery's on 7%.
Okay.
It was good to join y'all. Thank you so much.
All right, yeah, we all need to go to bed. I'm getting old.
Yeah, I know y'all. I know it's time to take y'all insulin, and you old niggas will talk.
They got to put that Metamucil on, Ashton. They got to get their warm.
Let me get off of here before Ikene need to say something real quick.
How about you
take 2 hours?
Go charge that Tesla on your wrist, Ashton. How about that?
I'll see y'all. Check y'all.
We all
right, good night, Trigger. Y'all be easy.
Good night.
All right, y'all. Catch y'all next time. This is so unprofessional. I'm chewing shit, but I wasn't supposed to be on screen. But thank y'all so much for the anniversary love. I appreciate that. I'm definitely taking my wife out to an expensive ass restaurant and an even more expensive hotel this weekend. So yeah, we're gonna live it up, spa treatment and all that. So thank you for your contributions that you made. Tomorrow, we got the big show. Lapeef, let's talk. Unmarried women. I'm hosting this show. All right, Lapeef is off. And I will be hosting this show. We're gonna get into it, man. Tomorrow's topic is unmarried women from this buster ass cuck of a. Ooh, I can't stand this dude, Devin Franklin. We're gonna get into that topic heavy tomorrow. All right. So make sure you're there for that one. The topic tomorrow on Lapeef Let's Talk is unmarried women. All right. So stay tuned. Get ready for that. I'll catch you there tomorrow. If you have not subscribed to the Lapeef Network, go over to the Lapeef Experience channel. Subscribe to that channel too. On Friday, we'll have She Critique on that channel for you to enjoy. Thank you for always coming out to the Trigger Mike Show, and I thank you for all your support. Chad was a new guy tonight. Nikki was new as well. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Y'all are welcome anytime. I am going to bed after I finish this pizza. All right. Thank you. Have a good night.